Greetings, everybody. This is Lion Brian Wallishin. I am your IT coordinator, and I'm here to do some housekeeping and to welcome you before I turn this over to Lion PDG Tom Price. So, some quick housekeeping, which is just to go over the controls that you have before you. Button number one, as I've mentioned many times, is your button that will shrink away your control panel if you want it out of the way. Button number two mutes and unmute you. Please unmute yourselves. We are here to talk with you, not at you, and it's easier for me to call you as a speaker if you're already unmuted, because then I can unmute you from my side. Number three button is your full screen button. If you want to have the full screen experience, you're welcome to do so. Pushing it again will take you back down to the smaller screen. Button four is raising your hand. We want to hear from you. There'll be question and answer times at the end of every one of the presentations. So if your hand is up or you're giving us questions, we'll be happy to recognize you. Button number five is your handouts button. You'll note there if you click on it and open it, there is a handout that is the information for today. That includes the agenda, a copy of this form, and some other various, and the PowerPoint and some other various handouts. You really want to have that as part of your day's events. Buttons number 6 and number 7 are the question box. You type in button number 7. Number 6, when you've hit enter, will show your question and it will also show the answer. Lion Barb, CC Barb Daly is taking care of the written questions. Some questions she will tag and the presenters may respond to you at a later date. We're looking forward to a good day. As you know, you're welcome to come and go as you please. There are some incredible sessions today. If you need my help for technical assistance, please feel free to email me or text me. And I am now going to end my time with you and go back into the shadows. And I'm going to hand this to our PDG and GLT chair, Lion Tom Price.
Well, welcome one and all. This is an exciting time. We've gone through some major crises throughout the world, but with every challenge, there's an opportunity, and this is a very unique opportunity for us to gather together. We all know where our coffee pots are. We know we slept in our own beds last night, and we didn't spend several $1,000s to attend the function. So many positive aspects of this, and that does remind me, at the time you go to exit, you'll be asked to complete a survey. Tell us the good, bad, and ugly. This is our first attempt to do this. Some of you that are participating and watching have a much higher level of experience than we do, and would encourage that wisdom to be passed on to us. As Brian indicated, I am the Multi-District 21 Global Leadership Team Coordinator. I want to recognize the International Director, past International President, and past International Directors with us at this conference. Our keynote speaker, International Director Gary Brown, is present. Past International President Joe Preston is present. Also with us is past International Directors Alan Lundgren, Dick Sawyer, Dave Roberts, John Walker, Caroline Messier, and Jack Epperson, which I believe will be joining, some of them will be joining us as the day goes by, and some are presenters, of course. Somebody's not muted. I want to give our district governors an opportunity to address us. I understand District 21 North Governor Chuck Matthews is here. Can you please come on screen and provide a welcome for our attendees?
He has been unmuted.
Can you hear me, Tom?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm having problems with my camera right now. I'm trying to get it up, but I want to welcome one and all of you Arizona Lions to the MD21 Leadership Conference. GLT Tom Price just alluded to having a great agenda lined up with lots of good information, and learning will take place today. We do have a power failure going on up here in the Prescott Chino Valley area, so I'm not sure how many of the the Lions from that area are going to be able to come on, but hopefully they will. Anyway, I want everybody to have a great conference, okay? Learning will take place, like I said. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, District Governor Chuck from 21 North. Brian, do we happen to have our District Governor from 21 South?
We do. Lion Keith needs to unmute himself. He is already unmuted, but he must. There you go, Lion Keith. Go ahead.
Well, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to extend my welcome. Thank you, past District Governor Tom, for putting this together under unusual circumstances. I hope everybody appreciates the opportunity that you've been given today. You know, these mid-year conferences are a tool to make us better. And the tools in the toolbox that Tom kind of alluded to are different than what they sometimes are. And so we can focus on the things that aren't here, like not being able to have small group meetings outside and discuss things, or you can take advantage of the ones that he's brought for us today, such as these speakers and experts from all over the country. We don't have a single international director here. We have multiple experts here that we're able to listen to today, interact with, and also, you know, that chat button, the opportunity to ask a question. You don't have to wait and hope somebody sees you. You just send it in there, and whoever's moderating it for them will combine those together, and it's going to be there. So anyway, thank you all very much. I'm glad that you're here, and I'm looking forward to this. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, District Governor Keith. I appreciate the kind words. And moving on to the, I want to recognize my team. This is definitely a team effort. It's very important in Lions, as we are initiated as Lions. There's a part of the standard initiation that talks about as one, we cannot accomplish as much as the whole. And this is one of the powerful aspects of being a Lion. We can accomplish goals in the world that normally would just be unattainable as individual Lions. I want to recognize a person you've already met, multi-district IT chairperson Lion Brian Willishin. I look at him as the kind of the wizard behind the curtain, like in the Wizard of Oz. He's the one that makes things go. Without him, this conference would not have been possible at all. Just simple as that. So I want to recognize Lion Brian. Also, the person that will be introducing the speakers for right now will be South Global Leadership Team Coordinator Lion Lori Gens. Her counterpart, who was going to introduce some of the speakers, is from Prescott, the same area that District Governor Chuck is from, and we got a text that they're having trouble with their internet. So hopefully that will cure itself, and we'll have Lion Ken join us, past District Governor Ken join us. We also, not to the least, is our Council Chair, Barbara Daly. Barbara actually started this process of getting speakers involved and getting them committed before July 1st, so that when I took on my role, she had done a lot of the groundwork in laying out who was going to speak. And as you can tell from the agenda, which I'm going to talk about in a moment, we literally have speakers throughout the country. And talking about distances of people are, we have attendees coming in from across the world. We have one Lion that's has registered from Somalia. I calculated that to be about roughly 9,500 miles away, which is a fur distance. And then we also have Lions coming in from India, and I probably have have Lions from Canada also. And hopefully I'm not missing any country. If I am, put it in the chat box so we can recognize that you're in attendance here. Again, a very unique opportunity, because normally an in-person conference would not have been economically feasible for these Lions to be able to attend today. And again, thank you for all being here with us. This team effort has gone on for several months, as I indicated. I counted up, we had nearly 350 exchange of emails. I calculate with the speaker's time and our own personal time, at least 80 hours have been committed to today's conference. So I want to thank each one of the presenters. You have devoted the time to be here, and we all have busy schedules as good, active members of each of our communities. But I do thank you for being here with us today. Now, I'm going to go through the conference agenda. I normally would have slipped the tail twister $20 to cover all my mispronounced names. I'm kind of known if there's two ways to pronounce your name, I'll choose the wrong way. For those who know, my wife is from Costa Rica, Lion Otta, and now the joke is I can butcher two different languages, both English and Spanish. So if I mispronounce your name as presenters, please forgive me, and if the attendees think I should pay more than $20 to Lions Clubs International Foundation, I will do so. Our morning sessions consist of our keynote speaker, International Director Gary Brown, which I will introduce in a moment. He comes from District 20 E1, New York. Titled his presentation is, "So where do we go from here?" Then we have, following that, a town hall where you all can ask him any question that you want related to Lions. This is a very unique time in our history where conferences, conventions have been either canceled or gone online. And I'm sure some of the issues that we as Lions are thinking about, you can pose as questions so the rest of us can hear the question and the answer. Then we have Art of Leadership Development. That's Second Vice District Governor Daniel Elkins, coming out of Delaware, District 2122D, excuse me. Then we have Pistols, Whips, and Leadership Pandemic Panic, past District Governor Marcia Midyear, District 46, Nevada. Serving Through Change, immediate past Council Chair Jody Burmester, Multi-District 27, Wisconsin. And Arizona will be taking care of some of our LCIF awards, and that's past International Director John Walker out of District 21 North, and past District Governor Fred Garmison out of District 21 South, both Arizona. Our afternoon sessions, again, we start off with International Director Gary Brown. Excited about the second presentation. It's entitled Leadership, What Is It Really? Then we follow up with the Lions elevator speech, past District Governor Bill Midyear out of District 46 in Nevada. And the Midyears are great supporters of Arizona, and they happen to be a husband-wife team, so they do a double whammy for us. Then we have past International Director Carolyn Messier. She's our newest transplant from elsewhere into Arizona. Your kindness, our diversity. Then past International Director Jack Epperson, again out of Nevada, District 46. Lions organization, where do I fit in? And then Lion TJ Johnson, who's recognized as one of the best speakers in the country as a Zig Ziglar trainer. Lion TJ is going to be presenting on the power of one awesome lion. And then we'll wrap up with a presentation from me as the opportunities to excel as a lion and as a person. So that's our agenda. We will be taking a lunch break. As Lion Brian indicated, you'll be able to come and go as you see fit. So at this point, I'd like to introduce International Director Gary Brown. He's been a Lion for nearly 36 years. He has held several positions from club president to international director. Lion Gary is retired and sold his investment management business after 34 years in 2018. He is passionate about leadership training and mentoring emerging Lion leaders. Director Brown currently serves the LCI board on both the leadership development and executive committees. He and his wife, Lion Barbara, have 2 sons and 3 grandchildren. They enjoy travel as well as spending time on the St. Lawrence River and the Adirondack, and I know I mispronounced that, mountains in upstate New York. International Director Gary, take it away.
Good morning, Lion Tom. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's the Adirondack Mountains. So you do owe the tail twister a little money. I appreciate your introduction and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I want to say welcome to everyone in Arizona, MD21. So where do we go from here? That's the question. We are in tough times and a lot of people don't know what to do. So why don't we do this? Why don't we start out with a little poetry this morning? Come gather around people wherever you roam and admit that the waters around you have grown. You better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone, for the times they are a-changin'. That may sound familiar to some of you. Bob Dylan wrote that in 1964. It's been an anthem for a lot of movements and a lot of tough times in the United States. Change is hard. A lot of people say that change is hard. Change is actually extremely hard. And I think a lot of us have gotten lessons in that this year that we never expected we'd have to face. So let's talk about a little story that maybe illustrates how hard change can be. There was a company in the United States that still exists, although barely, that at one time was the world's largest employer. It was the largest retailer on the face of the earth. It was the largest publisher. And at the same time, they had that moniker of owning the world's tallest building. Sears and Roebuck, where are they now? But here's part of the story that bothers me the most when I look at that history. In the 1980s, Sears actually was a partner in a project with IBM. And that project was a system called Prodigy. They developed it together. Sears looked at it and Sears said, nobody will ever use it. They passed. Prodigy is the software architecture used today for online sales. Oops, a little bit of a mistake. So where do we as Lions go from here? We certainly don't want to make the same mistakes that somebody like Sears made. How do we get there? The only way to get there is through vision and honest leadership. Our president, President Choi, likes to tell us that we're people who should be involved in what he likes to refer to as servant leadership. The definition of that for President Choi is for all of us, no matter what our title is in this organization, to look at one another and say, what can I do to help you be more successful? And I'll add this note. And by the way, I don't care who gets the credit. What can I do to help you grow as a Lion? One of my favorite programs in this organization has always been our mentoring program, and I think it's horribly underutilized. I've had mentors. Everybody in this organization has had mentors, and hopefully we've all had the privilege to be a mentor somewhere on our path in Lionism. One of the things that we always get back in leadership in our surveys is that leadership training is the #1 membership value and membership benefit that many people see in this organization. And that creates, obviously, a lot of leadership opportunities for all of us in the organization. But let me pose a question to you, which I think helps us answer where do we go from here. What if some of that leadership training is underutilized? And we know from what we see at LCI and what we see in the Leadership Development Committee that it is terribly underutilized. A lot of the people who go through our institutes, Faculty Development Institute as an example, almost seldom use that training. There's a handful of people who use it a lot, and then there's a handful of people who don't use it hardly at all. Is there a connection between the fact that a lot of people in this organization have a lot of titles, and other people who may want to have a title are not given the opportunity? I think we need to face that as a fact as we look forward to where we go from here. It is one of the issues we have to take a very serious look at. One of the things that I've seen a lot of, it was recently a question on the Lions Forum on Facebook, is do we have an obligation as leaders, no matter at what level in this organization, to try to help find our replacement? My submission to that answer has always been and always will be, that's my number one job in this organization, is to find, identify, nurture, and mentor that replacement. I say that because that's what's done in any successful business. And a lot of people like to look at differences between a for-profit and a not-for-profit. When it comes to leadership, there is not a difference in terms of future success. We have to train a bench, and we have to train a bench and not be careful, not really be worried about whether or not the person that we're training becomes actually a threat to us. We need to get over that. That's an issue. Any successful organization does that. Obviously, a board of directors back in the 80s at Sears didn't do that. They made a critical mistake, and nobody stepped in and told them they were making that mistake. And look where they are at this point in time. A personal story for me, and it relates to where we go from here, because it's one of the things that got me from the 1980s, when I was only a Lion for 3 years, to where I am today. I was a member of the Monroeville, Pennsylvania Lions Club. And like a lot of clubs, even today, the average age was a lot higher than mine. I was 33 or 34 years old. And to raise money, we sold Christmas trees, 900 Christmas trees per year. And we got to the point where physically we really couldn't do that anymore. So being the wise guy that I am, I stood up at a meeting and I said, I have an idea. Why don't we start a golf tournament? I got a lot of rolled eyes and a lot of heads started to go like this. And I have to tell you, and I hope you haven't all been in this position, but I'm sure some of you have, that at that point in time, I felt like I might have been in the wrong place. I wasn't sure that this organization, and particularly this club, was for me. The young gentleman across the room stood up, a friend of mine, my dentist, had been a member of the club a lot longer than I had, and he stood up and said, I think the kid's got a decent idea, why don't we let him try it? I was not asking for any of the club's money. I was just asking to use their name and to put that idea forth. They said fine, but they said fine because of Doc DiPiazza, not because of me. Here's the story, and this is the moral about where we go from here, how do we get there. Had that gone the other way that night, I probably would have walked out the door and I would have been gone. They decided to give me a chance and to let me run with an idea, but this is an idea where they had nothing to lose, and it worked. I was at the 28th annual Angelo P. DiPiazza Memorial Golf Tournament last summer. It currently raises about $30,000 a year. The best we ever did when we sold Christmas trees was a net of maybe $4,000 or $5,000, depending upon how many were stolen. The moral of that story is we have to look in every corner of this organization for leadership, and it comes from every level. Leaders are born in situations like the one that we're in right now. We have to understand that, and we have to deal with it. How do we get there? One of the ways that we get there is that we have to learn how to listen and listen intently. There was a study done by the United States Navy, and in the naval study, they came to the conclusion that 46% of your daily communication was listening, not talking, listening. There's an awful lot to be learned by listening. One of the other ways we can find our way forward is to listen. We listen to each other and we listen to our communities. They'll tell us what they need and what they want out of us. Let's take one of our initiatives at this point in time, hunger. Why do we need to be concerned with hunger? Well, we know, especially today when we see lines of people in their cars waiting for food, people probably who thought they might never be in that line at all. We throw away in this world 1.3 trillion tons of food per year. When we went to bed last night, probably we were not aware or didn't give too much of a passing thought to the fact that 80 million people went to bed last night hungry. And they go to bed hungry every night, 80 million people. One of our other causes, obviously, is diabetes. And by the way, today is National Diabetes Day, November 14th. If you factor in the direct cause, the costs, medical costs of diabetes, and then factor in the costs that also come along with the complications of diabetes, there are more medical dollars spent on diabetes than on anything else, any other medical situation in this country. It is an epidemic, and we're on the right path to be involved with that. How else do we move forward in a situation like this where a lot of people just simply don't know what to do? The estimates that we're looking at right now at LCI are somewhere in the neighborhood of 30% of our clubs are not meeting at this point. They don't know what to do. Zoom intimidates them. There's nobody there to invite them to a Zoom meeting to teach them that really all you need to do is click on that long number, that blue link, and everything will be okay. We'll help you from there. 30% of our clubs, our best estimate. How do we change that? Well, we communicate. You have to communicate. And we communicate with each other to help the situation get better. Why? Invite them to one of your Zoom meetings and invite them for no other reason than to find out that it's not so intimidating that you can't do it. Invite them to share ideas. Invite them just to make them feel like they're not the only people left out there trying to figure out what to do in this pandemic. Service Activities did a survey very recently. I was on a webinar with them the other day, and here were the two top questions that they got back from the Lions of the world on the survey. How can we serve, and what can we do? We need to continue also, and I know this will be brought up again later today, to be visible and to share our stories to move forward. I know from time to time that can be controversial because a lot of people say, well, I'm not in this to be patted on the back. I'm not in this for publicity. Well, maybe individually we aren't, but as an organization, we need to be. And we're not bragging. We're sharing a story that particularly at this time, in this situation, that the world needs to hear. Everybody knows that kindness matters was something that we heard a lot of from our friend, our past first vice president Haynes Townsend. There's actually a kindness day. It just passed us. I, in upstate New York, had the pleasure and really brought a smile to my face. When I drove down the road, I saw Trump signs and I saw Biden signs. I saw signs for people who are running for Congress. And one of our past district governors went to one of the local places and had signs printed that just simply said, "Be kind." They were in Lions colors and they had the lion symbol on them. People need to see that message, and seeing it with our logo attached to it is the right thing to do. It's not the wrong thing to do. If we want to be able to tell a story to people that we either want to donate to our causes or to become a part of our organization, we need to be visible. It's imperative. We need to embrace change to move forward. Obviously, Zoom was a big change for a lot of us, and we're learning to live with it. And I think it's here to stay, at least as a tool going forward, maybe for people who can't make meetings all the time, or for some meetings that maybe never really needed to be held in person. Good tool. Will it replace us? I hope not. We're social creatures, and I'm hearing good news about vaccines for COVID-19, and I hope the day comes soon when we can safely get back together. But Zoom, I think, probably will be with us for a while. How do you move forward without embracing change? You really don't. Recently, we had our first woman president. Took a long time, but we got there. One of the other exciting issues right now is that we're on the cusp in 104 years of having our first African-American president. Change is inevitable, and you have to be a part of it. You have to embrace it, and you have to make it a part of who you are. Your club, your way. Some people don't like that because it takes away some of the structure that some people believe has to be a part of who we are. Others don't see it that way. At our headquarters in Oak Brook, Illinois, there's a thing called the Windy City Lions Club. And a lot of people who work for us are members of the Windy City Lions Club. They meet, but one of the ways that they meet is on one of these. They don't get together physically very often, but they're a very successful Lions Club, and from time to time when they are finished planning their fundraisers, then executing their fundraisers, they may get together and go to a Chicago Cubs game. That's their option. We have LGBTQ members and clubs, and we always have to remember as we move forward, our motto is we serve, not we judge. One of the things that I've seen make a big difference in us moving forward is being willing to engage with partners. A lot of people haven't done very much of that, but I'll tell you a quick story about what we've done at Syracuse University. We have a national partnership with the Association of Diabetes Care and Education Specialists. And we did that because they know diabetes. They're the professionals. They're the specialists. We're not. But their organization has 14,000 members in the United States. Endocrinologists, certified diabetes educators, the people who deal with people when they're told that they're suffering from diabetes. They needed people to be boots on the ground. I propose we have a partnership with them. It's worked out really well. We also then took it one step further and we partnered with the Joslin Diabetes Center at Syracuse University. That led to one other thing. Then we ended up going to the county health department. County health department is looking for people like us to be able to help deliver their message. It's hard to get out there and it's hard to do things right now, but there are things being done. Our history tells us, the history of this organization, that we recognize that change is extremely hard. But it's not all bad news. In April of 1917, the United States entered World War I. And just a couple of months later, in June of 1917, this organization was started by some people with vision. And then guess what? This is not our first pandemic. Very shortly thereafter, in 1918, the Spanish flu hit. You can go on Google the Spanish flu and see pictures of people years ago wearing masks. You can actually see people playing professional baseball wearing masks. But think about this, in 1918, the world population and the population in the United States was much less than what it is today. There were 500 million cases of the Spanish flu worldwide, 50 million deaths, and 675,000 of those deaths were in the US. Why do I bring that up? Because we've survived that before. We've done it. We've persevered by being leaders and by not giving up and by having something, a message that the world needed to hear. So since 1917, we've survived wars, recessions, great recessions, depressions, movements, famines, civil unrest. Some of this starts to sound familiar for today, but we're still here. We've survived as an organization because we understand what we need to do to survive as an organization. And it's a testament to the fact that we're on the right track. We have the right message. It's a message that people want to hear, and it's a message that people want to be part of. I want to give you some numbers that you may be surprised with. You would think that things could be even worse at Lions Clubs International than they are right now. A lot of people suspected, and I'll be very honest with you, that there were people at Oak Brook who suspected that in June of this year, when a lot of clubs clean their books, even though the board said you don't necessarily have to do that because we will work with you on dues and we will waive charter fees and entrance fees until the end of this year. We were concerned that we could have seen a six-figure drop in our membership. We did see a drop at the end of June of approximately 68,000. That scared us. But here's the interesting thing. In the following month, we added 27,000 members. People want to serve. People want to be a part of this movement. And that's one of the reasons that we have to be visible. and stay visible, because they're not going to come to find us. We have to be there for them. Fiscal year 2019, from June 30th to October 15th, I'm going to compare that period to the very same time in fiscal year 2020, June 1st to October 15th. If you think the news is all bad, we are actually up 19% in reporting. We are plus 16% in new members, and we are plus 30% in service activities. And you know where a lot of that's coming from things that we're out there doing for COVID. And we're up 29% in new clubs in the same period from 2019 to 2020, where you think things would have gotten worse. They've actually gotten a whole lot better. You're a part of that, and you're a part of that for about 20 cents a day if you break your dues down. One of the things that I also want to share with you as I wind this presentation up is one of the things that we did, and people always ask, what can we do in this environment? This is a brochure that we did in New York when we got a COVID grant, and we named it a wellness brochure. The wellness brochure actually includes in it a whole lot of public information. You can get this information off a website, probably at your county health department, or where we did is we work with some of our local politicians who are more than happy to help you get this information out. The Department of Health, Office of Mental Health, Office of Aging, Al-Anon, ARP, Covenant House, Crisis Text Line, Domestic Violence Hotline, things like that, 800 numbers and websites. Why did we do that? This pandemic is spiking again physically in a lot of places. But one of the things we cannot overlook, and this is where we have a huge path forward as Lions, this doesn't cost very much to do. But what's going on with mental health, with abuse, with substance abuse, as a part and parcel of this pandemic doesn't get as much press as the food lines do. This is something that if all of us did that, if every multiple did it, we could make a huge difference. And guess what? The Lions logo is right there. Something that we could become known for very quickly, that makes a whole lot of sense, that hits all of our initiatives one way or another, and certainly fulfills our motto that we serve. One of the things I love to do when I travel, because Lion Barb and I believe this from the bottom of our hearts, is you probably learned everything you needed to know to be a good person and to be a good Lion in kindergarten. So as we communicate, and as we communicate with one another and communicate with our communities and continue to share with one another, no matter who gets the credit, and share ideas with one another and support one another as Lions until we can get back out on the trail and do things face to face. I always like to remind people of how simple it really can be. And I lived in Western Pennsylvania for a long time, and there's a little town outside of Western Pennsylvania, in Western Pennsylvania, outside of where I used to live. And there were two people who were from that little borough in southwestern Pennsylvania. And on one side of the bridge going in town, it says Arnold Palmer, the legend of Latrobe, Pennsylvania. And on the other side of the bridge, it says it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Believe it or not, Fred Rogers and Arnold Palmer were from the same town. So let me wind up my comments by sharing this with you because it's appropriate whether we are searching for a way to move forward or whether things are all peachy rosy and we don't have any problems ever as Lions or as individuals. Fred Rogers said this: "We live in a world in which we need to share responsibility. It's easy to say that that's not my child and it's not my community, not my world, so it's not my problem. And then there are those who see the need and respond. That's me and you, folks." And Fred Rogers said, "I consider those people to be my heroes." Thank you. I know we have some questions that some folks have submitted, and I'm ready to deal with those at this point. And I will say this, and I always do. This is your association. There is no question that's out of bounds or off limits. So feel free to ask what you want. And I know, Lion Tom, there were 3 that we got ahead of time, correct?
That is correct. Because of time constraints, we'll go one question at a time.
Okay.
Those who have questions that did not get answered, please put those through with Council Chair Barbara Daly and jot this down as Barbara Daly's email, those who don't have it. It's BBOP, B as in boy, E as in Edward, B as in boy, O, P as in Paul, P as in Paul, 2002 at yahoo.com. So I would encourage you to consider that, or I'm sure International Director Gary would accept emails directly, and his email is browngus46@gmail.com. So the first question,
Tom, if the people type their questions in the question box, Barb can make sure that ID Gary gets a copy of them. All they got to do is put them in the question box.
okay, thank you very much, Lion Brian. Okay, first question comes from Pass International President Joe Preston. We are fortunate to have immediate past District Governor Marie Cunning of the North American Membership Initiative team here in Arizona. She has been doing a great job in bringing new clubs and creating positive energy. However, it seems to fully address our membership challenges in Arizona and throughout North America. It will take a full court effort that not only embraces chartering new clubs, but also includes adopting and supporting struggling clubs, actively recruiting new members, and implementing programs that encourage and support clubs in engaging, training, and retaining their members. How do we do this?
Well, past President Joe, we could spend a day on this one at least, I think. One of the answers that I came up with very quickly is, and there's no magic answer to it, but the North American Membership Initiative, the one thing I like about it is that it is a process. It's not a cut and dried answer. And I think we can learn a little bit from that because the process itself maybe helps answer a part of the question that you put forth. And it's only a partial answer, but NAMI sometimes can look like an accounting principle when you put it up and you do charts and you do a lot of numbers. I'm not sure a whole bunch of people can learn a whole lot from that, other than the hard and fast numbers that it entails. The one thing I like about the NAMI process is it asks you to build a vision and it asks you to build the team. So what is the vision? Well, if the vision is to answer some of the things that are in your question, then the function becomes who's on the team. And I think that's where a lot of us have to take a look at how we approach these things. Some of us have much more of a knack of relating to people and selling them on the idea of being engaged with us or staying engaged with us. And that doesn't necessarily always relate to a title on a badge. Some people are very good at it and they don't have that title, or they've never had a title in this organization. So I think we need to engage the team, but the team has to be the right people. And then what do? You have to be very forthright, very honest. You have to ask questions that you may not necessarily like the answer to. Why is your club failing? What are the members dissatisfied with? I hear this one a fair amount. Well, it's not really that we're dissatisfied so much with the club, but we have one member who's just a real pain. How do you deal with that one member? Do you sacrifice the whole club for one member? Maybe not. That's a tough one, but sometimes we have to face that. What can we do to help you? So if you send a team of people in and they're asking for help to either save the club or re-energize the club, once again, you have to get to the root cause of why the club is failing to begin with. Maybe it's helping to introduce a new service project from some of the new ones that we have. Maybe it's connecting them with partners, like I mentioned before. A lot of times, if you get new people in the room who have different ideas, but maybe the same end goal, it works out better. But I think the one thing that we really have to do, and I say this over and over again, and I say this at the board meetings and on the executive committee and leadership development, we have to face the music. This is a new day. And a lot of times our audience has changed. And unless we approach them with new ideas, we're singing the same old song over and over again. I heard a NAMI presentation at our council meeting a few weekends ago. And the SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. We're promoting the idea that we do that at the district level. I'm promoting the idea that we also have to do it at the multiple district level. We have to do it at other levels. And we have to be brutally honest when we do it. If we're not, we'll never solve any of those problems. Those were the first thoughts that came to me when I read your question, Past President Joe. And again, it's only a partial answer, but being honest with why the club is failing or why the service project isn't working anymore. We have to figure out a way to get to the root of that. Maybe this is a bigger statement than I need to make to answer your question, but a lot of what I hear is LCI at my level and at the level that you were at is not connected to the clubs anymore. And we have to reestablish that connection to get an honest answer to your question.
International Director Gary, I do really want to thank you for your time and effort. We're going to be seeing you this afternoon. Possibly, depending on time constraints, we might be able to tackle some of those questions this afternoon. You'll be back on at 1 o'clock. I appreciate you being here with us. It's good to hear from our international directors. You are all in a kind of a unique position because you've been able to actually serve more than 2 years, some of you. So that's, I guess, one benefit of the the pandemic. But thank you again. Look forward to seeing you at 1 o'clock. And at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Lion Brian. And again, thank you, International Director Gary.
Thank you, Lion Tom.
You're welcome.
Actually, isn't it Lion Ken to do the introductions?
Okay, that sounds like a good plan.
Lion Ken, you're muted. Lion Ken, you're muted. Lion Ken, you are still muted. Lion Ken, you're still muted. We do not hear you.
There we go.
Now
Very
we
good.
hear you.
Good. Can you hear me now? Very good. Welcome and good morning. I'm past District Governor Ken Leah, and I have the opportunity to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker specializes in creating youth leadership programming by teaching strategic thinking and service learning. He is a member of the Executive Committee for the North American Membership Initiative's Young Lion Task Force and serves as a new club development consultant for Lions Clubs International. Professionally, he is a drug prevention specialist and director of the Bellevue Prevention and Outreach Center, and was recently elected as second vice district governor of District 22D. It's my pleasure to introduce you to Lion second vice district governor Daniel Marnie Elkins.
Hello, Arizona Lions. My name is Lion Daniel Marnie Elkins, and it's an honor and a privilege to be with you here today, even if it is just in this virtual setting. There's a special place in my heart for the Lions of MD21. It is the multiple district I have visited more often than any other district in this country other than my own. And it is the place that my parents and my family have their roots. So they grew up in Tucson, Arizona, and my grandparents lived there most of their lives. So it's good to be home. Today, we are talking about the next Lion Up, the art of leadership development. Before I begin, though, it might be important to know just a little bit about my background. I serve as the second vice district governor for the District 22D, which is the state of Delaware. I sit on the executive committee of the Young Lions Task Force, and I am also a new club development consultant for Lions Clubs International. And I have only been a Lion for 4 years. So how was all of that possible? Well, in my district, they use the art of leadership development to help prepare me for possible leadership roles. And this is a process that is repeatable, and any Lion can be developed in such a way. We're going to talk about how to do that. But before we begin, I would like to say that this is not a lecture. This is a conversation. Hopefully this presentation is the start of a dialogue between all of us on this subject, that we can share our ideas on leadership development and learn from each other's journeys of leadership development. So I'd like to give a roadmap of where we are going to go on this journey. We are going to begin by defining leadership. We are going to ask a few questions that we need to consider. We are going to talk about some of the potential barriers of leadership. We will discuss the 4 E's of leadership development. We will identify tools and resources that we can use and then issue a final call to action. So let's get the conversation started by defining leadership. There are many definitions of leadership that you can use. I like this one. Leadership is a process whereby an individual influences a group of individuals to achieve a common goal. The common goal in Lions is, of course, to serve. You are not made a leader by your title. You are made a leader by your influence. Throughout history, there have been a great many people who've had the title, but not been a leader. And I'm willing to bet that there are many people within your district and multiple districts who are leaders, but yet do not yet have the title. Part of this conversation will be to find ways to challenge them, to inspire them to want to step up and use those skills that they have in order to help lead your districts into the future. It is important to understand that at its core, leaders do not create followers, they create more leaders. And I know this is a concept that many of you are familiar with. You will have heard this saying before, but it is especially true when it comes to Lions. The role of leadership within our district should be focused on finding that next generation of individuals who are willing to step up and serve, and helping to train and inspire and mentor them so that they want to do that and want to take up that mantle, so that we as Lions can continue serving our communities for many years to come. Because we need to discover who is up next. What's the next lion in line? How do we secure the future of Lions Clubs International? It is a hard thing to talk about, but we are in danger. We are. North American Lionism has been declining for the last 30 years. Not in the amount in which we serve, we're still doing incredible things, but in our membership has been decreasing. It is increasingly harder to find those who are willing to step up and take leadership roles within our district. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to start by asking ourselves a question. Do you love being a lion? I know I do. More than just about anything in this world. God, my family, lions. I love lions so much that I am not willing to let lionism die with me. Are you? I know that you are not. But what are you willing to do? What are you going to do to help ensure that lionism continues? Step up and take a leadership role within your district? If that's what's required, that's what you should do. Let's ask a question. How many FDGs, future district governors, can you name for your district? I know you can probably list the majority of the PDGs, but how many people can you list who are currently on this call who you are certain, without a shadow of doubt, that they will step up and become a future district governor? How deep is your bench? It's a tough question to ask. In my district, the answer is not very deep. Each and every single year, the honorary committee and the past district governors and the immediate past district governor and the nomination committee have to scour the district to try and find that perfect person to step up. It didn't always used to be that way. We used to even have competition between people who are running. But it seems like almost every year there are less and less people who are willing to step up or who have the qualifications necessary to step up. So how do we develop people to have those qualifications? How do we get them ready and willing to take those roles? Well, I think we need to begin by shifting our focus. There are a few questions that we should consider when it comes to leadership development. Question 1, how many PDGs do you have in your current cabinet positions? In my district, the answer is quite a few. How many clubs have multiple year presidents who have served in the same role over and over and over? In my district, the answer is probably too many. How many repeat zone or region chairs do you have In my district, we have past district governors who are serving the second or third time as a zone chair. It is important to begin to put new people into these positions each and every single year. Now, I don't mean brand new Lions, but I do mean people who have never had those positions before, because this is the pool of talent from which you will get those FDGs in your district. Even though we are an environmental association, we need to be aware of the dangers of recycling. If it's a new year and the same old faces, we are not moving our districts forward. We have to find ways to develop those new people. So what are some of the barriers that prevent people from taking these roles? Well, they're simple. The Lion's ladder of leadership is a complicated process to ascend. It takes time. You have to serve as a club president. You have to serve as a zone chair. You have to serve 2 years on your club's board, none of the above of which shall be done concurrently with the others. And then if you have a second vice district governor, first vice district governor, district governor, you're looking at least 7 years there. If you're in a club like mine that has a third vice president, a second vice president, and a first vice president, you're adding an additional 3 to 4 years on that. So in order to get to the role of a district governor, you're taking quite a lot of time in order to get there. It also costs money. We don't talk about this a lot, but the reality is if you're traveling around your district campaigning and visiting clubs and doing that process as you are running for those offices, it does cost money, especially if you're then creating promotional materials along the way. You also have to put in effort towards things that are not service related, administrative work. How many of you joined Lions to become an administrator? I know I didn't. So how do we let people know that these administrative roles are just as important when it comes to the service to our district? That they are the type of roles that inspire other people to serve and are necessary for us all to serve. So it is a great service to take those roles. How do we increase the membership value of taking these roles, of letting people know that without them being willing to step up and become a future district governor, our district may not survive? We need each and every single one of you to consider leadership roles within the district. Now, let's just take for a moment and look at the district governor's cabinet. What is the purpose of the district governor's cabinet? Administration of the district, making sure things move smoothly throughout the year, but it is also the place in which future district governors and future district leaders get the opportunity to have those leadership experiences. So let's diagnose a quick problem that is common in many of the districts that I have visited to. How many committee chairs does your district or multiple district have? How many of those are committees of one? I know in my district, we have quite a few committees that are only one person on those committee, the committee chair. That is a problem. It creates a scenario in which there are barriers to more people taking those roles. I know some people say that the best committee is a committee of one, but that is not the case when it comes to Lions. So how do we solve this problem? Something has gone wrong if we could only have one person on a committee in each and every single time. Well, let's create real and true committees. Create a committee in which you are inviting a member from each and every single club to sit on the vision committee. Leader Dog committee, ask somebody from each and every single club in your district to sit on that Leader Dog committee. Make the meetings virtual so people don't have to drive all over your state or your multiple in order to attend those. But This will create a mentorship situation where the chair of that committee will be able to train the next generation of leaders. And that will also ensure that the institutional knowledge is passed on to the new Lions and give them an opportunity to learn. More people might be willing to step up and take those roles as committee chairs at cabinet position level if they are not carrying the burden of the weight of the entire position by themselves. So let's make it the new normal in which we have 10 or 15 people on each and every single one of those committees. In order to help develop leaders, there's leadership theory in business and the corporate world, nonprofits. And they talk about the 4 E's of leadership development: education, experience, exposure, and evaluation. We need to educate our future leaders. We need to provide them with outlets where they can learn about their leadership roles. We need to give them experience, which is the hands-on direct opportunity in order to have leadership opportunities. And then we need to give them exposure to people who have been in those positions, who can mentor them and coach them and give them opportunities to learn from those who have come before us. And most importantly, we also need to provide an evaluation, a way to give direct feedback in a positive, constructive, and loving manner that helps uplift them and give them pointers on how that they could be better in those leadership roles. If we do that successfully, the leadership growth journey will begin with the individual who makes the decision to join a team, one of these committees, and becomes a follower on those committees and learns from a mentor on those committees until they are ready to step up and become a leader of one of those committees. And then hopefully through that process will one day be willing to take a role within the district as a future district governor and be a leader developer, helping to identify those next individuals who will follow the process and make it an ever-repeating cycle. How do we do that? Well, LCI thankfully has some great tools and resources which we can use. First of all, are the club branch program. I am a product of that program. The Claymont Lions, who are sponsoring Lions Club, started a club branch. On my first day as a Lion, I was on the board of directors of a club that had been around for 80 years. That gave me the opportunity to get the experience of leadership right away. It let me feel like my voice had value and inspired me to want to learn more. I suggest clubs that have a long history to consider creating a club branch so that you can give opportunities to new people so they don't have to wait maybe the 4 or 5 years to get into the leadership of your club. That club branch doesn't actually ever have to charter to become its own club. They could continue on just as a leadership development tool within your club. There's the Lions Mentoring Program. If you're not familiar with this, please go to LCI's website, look it up. It's a wonderful program. I went through the program. There's a basic and advanced level in which you select a mentor within the district, and they help you go through learning the history of Lions, learning the traditions of Lions, and learning the process by which one becomes a better Lion. It's a very structured program, and it's well worthwhile checking out. It helps provide that education piece I was talking about. And it can be supplemented by the Leadership Institutes. I am a big fan of the Leadership Institutes. My district encouraged me as a Lion for less than 1 year to attend the Emerging Lions Leadership Institute in Denver. It's where I met several of the Lions on this call. Your council chair was one of my mentors from that institute. From there, I went to the Advanced Lions Leadership and then on to the Faculty Development Institute. If every single Lion could have the experience of going through these institutes, every single Lion would be ready and willing to step up to become a future district governor. They are that inspiring. So here's the challenge. I encourage you to send as many people as possible each and every single year to these institutes. Some years districts don't send anybody. So please look into that. It was a life-changing, transformative experience for me, and I think it will be for you too. You should also consider starting a district public speaking class and competition. District 22D has a class called the Roaring Lions. We have a Roaring Lion speech competition. Every single district governor or future district governor from our district goes through this class. There's a reason why the district governors of District 22D are all competent speakers, which matters when you're doing your club visits and attempting to inspire and create other leaders. You may not realize this, but there are more people who are afraid of public speaking than they are of death itself. That's a statistical fact. So one of the barriers to people becoming future leaders might be a fear of speaking in front of other people. So find a way in your district to create a program. If you are interested, I have access to the Roaring Lions handbook. I will gladly scan it and send it to you so you could run a similar class. Now let's show an example. How my district empowered me. They gave me an opportunity to lead as a club branch president. They gave me an opportunity to learn. They encouraged me to attend the institutes almost right away. They provided mentoring. They helped me grow as a lion and guided me along the steps using the tools that LCI had. They provided constructive feedback and support, which is important. To be able to say, Lion Daniel, you're doing good, but these are the areas in which you could help improve. And they did it in a positive and supportive manner. And they challenged me to step up. They asked a new lion. They asked a lion who had not been around for a decade to consider the possibility of stepping into a leadership role. And that is something that we all should do. Find those people who might be willing to step up and help equip them with the tools in order to do so. And it is with this that we come to the call to action, because I would just like to take a moment to speak to each and every single person on this call who has not stepped up to take a leadership role within their district yet. Step up to the challenge. Believe in yourself and do what it takes. Right now is a great time to start because we need you. This association needs you. Do you love being a lion? Are you willing to let lionism die with you? No? Then what are you going to do about it? It's time to step up. Thank you very much for your time and attention. My name is Lion Daniel Marnie Elkins. Keep serving. Keep serving.
Thank you so much, Daniel. We appreciate those words of wisdom. Are there any questions for Daniel? You're welcome to use your chat box to put in your queries, and we'll make sure that they get to Daniel so that he can try and answer. We have about 10 minutes before our next speaker is prepared to come on board. So now's the time to be able to ask those questions, those burning questions that you've been wanting to do. Again, my name is Ken Leah. I'm a past district governor here in 21, multiple district 21, and we've had Daniel Elkins speaking on why you need to step up and step forward. Lions Lori and Barbara, do we have any questions for our guest speaker?
I don't see any hands up or questions right now.
I
Okay, we'll
have
be
two
taking a
hands
couple
that
of
are up.
moments.
Lion Ken, I have
Do
two
we
hands that are up.
have everybody on the chat?
I have two hands that are up.
Otherwise, I'm going to go to trivia, or else I'm going to ask Daniel some questions of myself.
Lion Ken, I have two hands that are up. Lion Joe Preston, you had a question? If I can find you, I lost you. Lion Sherry Pung, I'm unmuting you. You need to unmute
Nothing on the
yourself,
chat
please.
yet. So there you go, Daniel.
Ken,
Good morning.
Ken, I have two questions.
Very nice presentation.
God damn it.
One of the challenges that we seem to have with a lot of new members is that they just don't realize what are some of the things that can be done outside of just their own club. Can you
Lion
address
Ken?
what benefit that you had by going to some of the different training sessions and initiative and institutes? Would you
Testing.
care to expand for just a moment?
Absolutely, Lion Ken, but we actually have two questions that have come in, and I believe.
Need to turn your sound on?
Yes, Ken, I have two questions. Can you hear me? Lion Ken, this is Lion Brian. I have
Yes.
two questions. Lion Connie, Sherry Pung, I've tried to unmute you, but you are self-muted. You need to unmute yourself, please. If not, I'm going to unmute Joe Preston. Lion Joe, you're unmuted. Please ask your question.
Hey, Daniel, great presentation. Loved your idea of expanding committees, especially district committees. What an excellent way. I've never understood why we have one person doing a big job. So I hope to use that here in our districts here. So thank you so much. Has it worked for you there?
So yes, and thank you very much, past international president Joe. Yes, we have used the committee expanded role when it comes to Lions Quest. So that was our first committee that we implemented that on. What we had discovered is that the Lions Quest chair was being changed essentially from year to year. And just about the time that the person was beginning to understand the role, the next district governor would appoint somebody new to that role. And so a lot of the institutional knowledge was not getting passed down from what had been accomplished. Lions Quest, unless you're familiar with the program, a lot of Lions aren't actually quite sure what to do with it, right? It's an amazing program, social emotional learning, evidence-based curriculum that allows Lions to help develop youth in their communities. So what we did is the district governor, who is my mentor, he's now our council chair, is decided to put together a committee in which they had the committee chair, but then in every region in our district, there would also be a Lions Quest, a person from that region. So essentially, we ended up with a committee of three that began to actually talk about these ideas. And then what we ended up doing is from year to year, each of the first vice district governors and second vice district governors got added to the committee so that they would be a part of the conversations of knowing what we were doing with the LCIF grants surrounding Lions Quest and what schools we had gotten into and built on. And so our committee of three is now a committee of about 7, as every year they add new people to it who serve as an advisory committee to the actual committee. So we have 3 active region chairs, 1 overall committee chair, and then an advisory committee of all the past district governors and immediate past district governors who have served during that time period. And it allowed us to go from being Lions Quest was not being used anywhere until the entire state of Delaware. We have gotten a total of 3 Lions Quest grants totaling about $27,000 and expanded the program till there's around almost like 9,000 youth in the state who are using the program. And I contribute that success completely to the fact that we took a committee approach to it and then use that process to create institutional knowledge and train the next generation of people in. So I just came off of that committee as in my role as second vice district governor, but the person who stepped in a new role replacing my region chair position steps into a committee where it's already got an active learning base and they can train them right away to step up. So we don't miss a beat when it comes to the service.
That is the only question that I've got.
Any other questions
here?
Brian?
Not that I see. There are no other hands that are up. I don't know about Barb. Any text questions, Barb?
I have a question.
Not right now.
Someone just said they had a question. Is that one of our panelists?
It's Cherry Pong.
Oh, okay. You did get back on. All right, Sherry, what can we do for you?
Well, I'm more interested in not the public speaking so much as the mentoring. I am interested in mentoring or how to start belong to a mentoring group. I'm a new Lion, and not only are my husband and I interested in the Lions Club, but we're also from Minnesota, and I do believe my son would be interested in the mentoring process here in Arizona as well as Minnesota. So how do we start connecting with people that can guide us through this process?
That is a great question. And I know that International Director Gary mentioned the mentoring program in Lions, and it's well worth checking out. So if you go to Lions Clubs International's website, they have a whole section on the mentoring program, and you can download. There is essentially like the basic guide and the advanced guide to mentoring. And the way that the process works is that you ask a Lion who has experience within the district to serve as a mentor. And I'm sure if you ask on this call, there might be people who are willing to actually volunteer and offer their services. And it is a walkthrough experience of learning about Lions. And part of the neat thing about it is that in order to actually complete it, you actually have to go through the process of not only learning about the history of Lions, learning about the history of your district, learning about the ways in which the district, operates, attending district events, but then also they even have recruiting other Lions as a part of this process. So one of the check marks is getting a membership key or a club extension key. So, and for if you don't know, that means a membership key is you've recruited 2 Lions who stayed for more than a year and a day into the association. So it's not a process that can be done overnight, but it is something that will help you learn about the importance and history of what Lions have done, both in this world and within the places that you live. So you can get the forms and download them off the Lions Clubs International website, and then it's just a matter of finding a mentor. And if you reach out, you said you were in Minnesota, so if you reach out in Minnesota and talk to your cabinet, I'm sure you will find a mentor that will work great for you. Now, some people use their sponsors as a mentor, but just because someone sponsored you, it doesn't mean they also have to mentor you. So you might want to broaden your experience and reach out and find another Lion in order to mentor you in that process. And if you have a son who is interested in learning about the process of Lionism and has not yet been connected as a Lion, if he needs someone to talk to that can tell him from a younger person coming into the association type perspective, feel free to give him my email. I would love to talk to him and just tell him my experience as being a Lion, and then let's connect him to an Arizona Lion and get him in a club there.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Appreciate your time today, and we'll see if we can't try and get some people making email connections with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, sir.
With that, we'll get ready for our next presenter. Our next presenter is a 31-year Lion and a member of the Summerlin, Nevada Lions Club. She has served as club president, zone chair, region chair, and past district governor in District 4L1, Nevada. She is currently the District 46 Global Leadership Team Coordinator. As an active Lion, she has attended the Senior Region Leadership Institute, the Faculty Development Institute, and is a 4-time presenter and moderator at the USA Canada Forum. And she is a recipient of the Lions President's Leadership Medal. Speaking on pistols, whips, and leadership, Pandemic Panic, is Lion GLT Marcia New Year.
Lion Ken, before I start the video, I want to take a moment. If you're having a hard time hearing it, those are controls you have to adjust on your computer. To our audience, it's a computer by computer adjustment. You control the volume. If you cannot see the video but can hear it, look behind other things you might have open, such as browsers, because the window can be hidden. If you cannot see or hear it, on slower connections, the video may have troubles playing. You might be served by exiting and returning to the conference. But a lot of that is due to the connection that an individual has. So with that, I am going to start Marcia's video.
Good morning, fellow Lions. I'm Past District Governor Marcia New Year, and this session is on pandemic panic, pistol whips and leadership. Now, think back, December 2019. We heard of this terrible COVID-19 that was started in China and went through Europe. And we somewhat sloughed it off because we were safe. We were in the United States. It's not going to be a while before it gets to us. Well, we all know what happened. The second week of March, that hit, and we were forced to shut down and stay at home. Since that time, we have completed a lot of home improvements, eaten too much, watched too much TV, but worst of all, we've missed our Lion family. We panicked. Some stayed home never to leave again. Some thought they would never come down with the COVID-19, and some thought that they were safe where they live because they wouldn't get there. Well, we all know how this something has changed our life, which means that we need to make some needed changes. So now is the time for pistol whips and leadership. We need to whip up our imagination, shoot the past, and use our leadership to benefit our Lions. So here it goes. Here's the objectives. To help our Lions out of this pandemic panic. In our club meetings, in our membership, in our service projects, and our fundraisers. Now, considering our meetings, most of us had to do it on Zoom, especially right at first, and I'm sure a lot of you are still doing Zoom meetings. So what's wrong with Zoom meetings? Well, really nothing. We're getting together somewhat. We're Lions, however, are feeling a real lackadaisical about the whole attitude because they're at home and they're comfortable, so they're kind of hanging off their easy chairs and looking into their phones. And anyway, Lions that don't want to be seen during a taping, well, they just hide their face and you just see the top of their head. Some people choose to eat and drink during the meals, during the camera, in front of the camera. And worst part of all is no one is still getting their Lion hug. Well, so what happens to most of the meetings? Most of the meetings actually turn into business meeting. We don't do anything that's fun. It doesn't phase us to we getting our work done. We're telling everybody what's going on, and then it kind of turns off. So now is the time to think outside the box. For instance, think about doing a scavenger hunt. The president or the tail twister will come up with a list of items found in the home. We do this at the end of the meeting, say. And with that, the first person to come up with all the items is the winner. Now, I don't know what you give a winner online, but that's for you to figure out. Or you can do like a theme night, crazy t-shirt night, or something out of the ordinary, a pajama party maybe, and then you have a PJ contest. So whoever has the best PJs or less of or something gets a prize. And here again, that's all depends on what you can do there. So what is a good thing to do? What you need to do is to have, if you're all still on Zoom, have one meeting a month. Use one meeting a month as just a social. Make it a wine party, or have members have a normal conversation. This is something that's really missing with the Zoom. We get so carried away with our meetings and the Zoom and making sure it works right. We just sometimes lose the personal touch. So now on membership, we all know this is hurting our membership. How difficult is it to be able to invite somebody to come to a meeting, especially when it's on Zoom, and especially if they don't know how to do Zoom. So here's some suggestions. do club projects as much outside, cleaning streets or doing something out in the park or something like that, and invite your friends. And at that point, talk to them about joining Lions. Tell them how much you need their help, because now you're going to be going into some major projects and you're going to need them. Have a membership package for interested people, like a trifold about your club that tells about all the basic things that you do as far as your community and how you help everybody. Have a business card, if nothing else. Have a business card that gives all the details of your club and has your name on it. That's easy to carry around and simple just to hand to somebody. Now, once you finally get them in and they become a member, make sure you do a special induction. Don't make it just simple. Even if it's over Zoom, you can still make a very special thing out of it. After that, then you want to do an orientation. Now, orientation for new members is very important. I remember when I joined the club, and I was joining so I could meet people. We moved into a new town, and so it was forever before I ever found out how large Lions Club International is and exactly what our district and club does. So an orientation and letting everybody know how large it is and what the organization does is very, very special, and everybody should know that. So after they've been oriented, find a purpose for them to be there. Find out what they enjoy and what they like to do, and maybe they even have a new project for you to do or something that they've thought of. Pick their brain a bit and see if you can get them geared in the right direction. And find somebody in your club that's a good mentor. That's always important too, because people have questions along the way as they're into Lions and stuff like that, but if they don't have anybody to ask and to have a good answer for their questions, it makes it very difficult. And if your new member can't do Zoom and you're still doing Zoom meetings, please help them. Please, or find somebody that can help them, because they need to be at your meetings with you. Now, regarding the websites and the newsletter and the Facebooks, they're so important right now. Keep them current. We have to keep our computers going here. So if you do not have a website, go to lionsclubs.org and they will walk you through it. They have a plate that you just take it, and anybody can do it. It's very simple. Now, for the newsletters, I know a lot of clubs do not do newsletters anymore, but this is a really good time to even do a one-page newsletter just to send out to your members at least once a month. It could be just a brief thing as far as the board meeting is concerned, and keeping them up as far as what the board has been talking about, or if there's new fundraisers and they need people. Just an information sort of one sheet going out to them once a month online would be perfect. Facebook. Now, Facebook is one of the most important things right now. Since our clubs are doing so many things online and everybody is online and most people are on Facebook, the news of your club activities will get out there without any problem. If you're doing a fundraiser, that's really important that they get your message. So being online is very, very important, and on your Facebook. The word will get out much, much faster. Now, regarding service projects, if you downloaded the flyer that goes with Pandemic Panic, you will see a list of projects and fundraisers that I found just by going online. All you do is type in the different projects and service projects, and you're going to find a bunch of them. And even if you go to LCI, they also have a list of different projects. And speaking of LCI, my suggestion was for a committee of people in your club to get together and just go over the roots of Lions Club. For instance, diabetes. Think about sponsoring a virtual walk, which is easy to do, and make that for the Diabetes Association. Childhood cancer, find a facility that needs help. There's so many of them around. A lot of them we don't know. We found one just recently too, and we've really been working with them. Make items for the children, or whatever they think that you would be able to do. Vision. Well, we still collect eyeglasses. We hope we're still collecting eyeglasses anyway. Or sponsor Canine Companion. For hunger, We have so many homeless children that are on the street. This is a really big project, and at least it is where we live, and it's really, really important. So if you can find somebody that works with that, it's really a big benefit. Environment. Clean the street, take a friend, plant a tree, all of the above. It's very easy, and it gets you out, gets you some exercise. It's good for everybody. So some of my faves for service projects is, I read this online. It's Nighttime Story for Children. What you do is you record children's books, and the children's books, you show what each page that you're reading, and you read it to the child. And then these are recorded, and they're made available so parents can access them online for the children, for their children. Another one that I really like is Pen Pals for Patients. How many facilities are in your area that have the elderly or patients that can't leave? A lot of them now, for sure. Just ask at their facility if there's any way that you can send little notes to some of these people and just kind of brighten their day. Look around your community, see what is available and what needs to be done, and we're there. We're Lions. We know how to do that. Okay, next to fundraisers, there's a multiple fundraisers online, like I say. A lot of the companies are out there to help you fundraise. However, there's a fee attached. So when there's a fee attached, sometimes you may not want to even look at them, but go in on them anyway, because sometimes they have downloads that are free, like different places that you can write up a fundraiser and things like that. So it's well worthwhile just going in, and maybe they have an idea that you could just steal even. I mean, that's a possibility also. Other than that, there's other online places that you can go to. One of my favorites as far as a fundraiser, and I hear a list again. It's a list that if you downloaded the thing that comes with this seminar, you will see a whole list of different suggestions for fundraisers. One of them that I really liked was Flags for Heroes. This was done in a small town that had a town square or a courthouse. They sold medium-sized flags that were to be put in the courtyard in honor of these people's heroes. And the final picture that they took with all these flags was so fantastic. It just gave you chills. They had the whole club standing in front of all these flags that were all tagged and on the hill, and right behind them was an actual rainbow. It was just an awesome picture, and I know they were so proud of themselves, and it was a beautiful, beautiful shot. So some of my other suggestions is rubber ducky race. Now, if you can find a little pond or a stream or something, that really works really well, but there's a lot of little things you can do with rubber duckies. If you take a rubber ducky and you think about it, I bet you can come up with something for it. We did a golf ball drop one time for the City of Hope, and we sold golf balls, and they were $5 a piece, and we had a whole basket, a huge basket full of them. And the fire department came, and they put the basket up and let them drop, and the ball that went into the hole got to go home rich. and so did City of Hope. Anyway, it turned out really good. It was really simple to do, and something I suggest. A virtual yard sale is really good, and hopefully you have somebody that's good enough on the line and knows how to do something like this. But it is a really good idea. I mean, we used to do in-person yard sales, and that's still a viable thing, but wearing masks and being protected and all that still works, but virtual can be worked also. One of my favorite ones is Old Women's Car Wash, and this is done outside, and it can be a yearly thing because it becomes very popular when it first happens. So all the men in the club dress up as women, and they go out and they wash the cars, and all the women collect the money. Fun thing. Now, if you can find a chef that is willing to put a little time in to do some cooking classes, you can, if you did a cooking classes online, you can also do a virtual type thing that way and make some money. Anyway, there's many more. And all you have to do is go in and look, get together, pull together your club and get a committee together to think and find out what you could do that you'd like to doing. So my quote that I would like to leave you with, which I really like, and I feel goes along with this whole time, is the question is, Can you make a difference? Well, you already do make a difference. It's just a matter of what kind of difference you want to make during your life on this planet. And that's Julia Butterfly Hill. I thought that was really, really spectacular. And I wish you all well in your clubs. If you have any questions whatsoever, I'm going to be, this is being recorded right now, but I'm going to be on right after this. So if you have any questions, get on and I will try to answer questions for you. Thank you very much.
PDG, Marcia.
PGG Marshall, you need to unmute yourself and come on back and join us.
Okay, here I am. Can you see me?
Good. Yes, we can hear you. No video though.
Okay. Oh, this is all new. Sorry.
While Marcia's coming back on, go ahead and put your questions in the chat box for either Council Chair Barbara or Lion Brian to see.
Okay, I think I'm here now.
Okay, we see you now. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. And thank you for having me. I really appreciate this. This is great.
You're welcome.
Do I have any questions?
If anybody has any questions, raise your hand for a quick question, or you can put it in the Q&A box.
I'm ready to recognize you should your hand go up. At this point, I am still seeing no hands from this incredible presentation. Okay, Chris Gibbs has a question. Chris, I have unmuted you, but please, there you go, Chris. You're good to go.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm great, thanks.
I didn't get a chance, but the idea of a field of honor with the flags.
Yes.
We just finished ours here in Safford. We're a small rural county out here in the eastern side of the state. Our club just did one this past week in honor of Veterans Day. And we had 288 flags flying on City Hall and the courthouse lawns. It was spectacular. I wish I had a chance to send you the video, but it was really nice. And I agree, it's a perfect venue to get the clubs in front of their community.
Definitely, definitely so. Yeah, that was one of my very favorites. I really liked it, and I would love to see yours because I think it's a special, especially for a smaller town. Now, my club is in a very large town, so it doesn't work real well. But for a smaller town, it's a perfect fundraiser.
Well, absolutely. We had 154 flags last year, and like I say, this year I flew a 288. So
wow, that's fantastic.
It was a pretty amazing uptick, and now I've got to find a new place to put it for next year.
You'll do it, I'm sure.
I just wanted, yeah, it's a really good fundraiser and community service.
Yes, both. You're so right. You're so right.
All right, thanks for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
Any more questions? Any other questions, please? Please raise your hand or submit them to Lion CC Barb. Any other questions?
Until there's another question, can I also mention something that happened this last year in my town, in my small town? We have every kind of organization that you can imagine in where I live. And there's Elks, there's Moose, there's Rotary, there's Kiwanis, and Lions, of course. And what we did this year, we had a gentleman that came into town that has an organization where he makes beds for kids. And I never realized how many kids do not have beds. But he went to each one of the organizations and asked if they would come help. Well, what our group did, our whole group, I mean, all the organizations in town, we got together and had a dinner meeting, all of us. We told what each of our clubs do, and then we all got together and we spent one day making beds for kids. That was all the organizations, which I thought was fantastic, and it worked out so well. Now, any questions?
Are there any more questions? Please raise your hand. Line Ken, I'm not seeing any other questions. Nobody is raising their hand. Line Barb, have you got any questions?
No, not at this point.
Well, that was just too simple. I mean, come on.
That means you did a great job.
Oh no. That or they took a coffee break at that time or something. I don't know.
There's a hand up, Brian.
Why am I not seeing it?
I think it was Alan. Where did it go? Maybe he put his hand back down.
Yeah, I don't see his hand. Oh, there we go. I got him. Lion Allen, I've unmuted you, but you are muted. You need to unmute. There you go. Lion Allen, you have a question.
What did you do with your arm?
Oh, that was the question? Well, I'm glad you were paying attention, but well, you can see both of my arms are fine now. I broke it.
Okay.
But it's fine now, but thank you.
Also, I think Lion TJ has a question.
Oh, good.
Lion TJ, if you want to unmute yourself, you can go ahead and ask your question.
All right, I'm unmuted. Hey, Marcy, how are you?
Hi, TJ, I'm great. How about yourself?
Just as blessed as I want to be. If I get any more blessed, I'm gonna be nervous.
You know, I can never imagine you not being blessed.
You're sweetie. I just wanted to tell you how much I sat through this presentation, and this was awesome. I'm stealing all of your ideas. I really am. I just wanted to add one to your list that I just used that was real successful, and it was what we call an ungala gala.
Okay, good.
All on Zoom or whatever the platform, complete with a little jazz set. So everybody that came on was able to kind of enjoy a little jazz with an opportunity for the leadership to talk about the great and wonderful thing that the organization was doing. And folks just said they had a great time. I mean, we gave away prizes. It was a party. We were just all at our own respective houses. And we also encourage people to gather. Of course, we can't do that now with COVID on top of us. But we did encourage people to do a little social distancing and invite certain people to their homes so they could enjoy it together. And we raised only $10,000, but that wasn't bad.
I think that's excellent myself. I mean, that's for sure, especially when you're doing something on Zoom like that, you know. That's really great. That's really great.
Right. Really great. Yeah, so I just wanted you to add that one. It was a simple one.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
So I was just gonna say there's so many opportunities and suggestions out there that are very similar to that, you know, that if people would just take the initiative to go out and do that, you know, and check it out, because it works out really well and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it certainly can be. But great presentation. Just wanted to say hello and share that with you.
Thanks so much. I'm looking forward to yours.
Okay.
I am not. You can mute yourself there, TJ. You got the control. You're a presenter. Okay.
I have one in the question box that says First, let me say great presentation, and I love the idea of the virtual story time for children. As a retired preschool teacher, I would love to do something like this. Can you tell me how this would work? This is from Lion Teresa.
Okay, Teresa, how it works is that you record it and then you put it on YouTube. That's one of the ways. I have one of our members who is doing that now, and she records it and then she puts it on YouTube. And then she advertises it, and she advertises it as a Lions project. And so, but it's open to anybody that just goes on YouTube and can get it. I hope that answers the question.
Are there any more questions? Please raise your hand or submit them to Lion Barb.
None at this time.
I don't have any either. Lion Ken, that may be all the questions.
In that case, Lion Marcia, we thank you very much for your presentation. Pistols, Whips, and Leadership, a Pandemic Panic. Thank you very much for that presentation, and we look forward to seeing you when you and your husband Bill come down and visit us more often.
You know, we're going to, as soon as everything opens up, you know we'll be there. Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll be having GLT Lori Gentz doing the introductions of our next speakers. So with that, I'm going to introduce Lion Lori, who has been the go-to gal in the multiple district for years. She has been just about every position I can think of. 2 years now as the GLT, and she has just accepted taking it on for another year, haven't you, Lori?
Not officially, no.
There you go. Well, I thought you were volunteered.
That doesn't mean to say someone else would like to have a chance at the leadership position.
Well, it's a good position. And I'll leave you to introducing our next speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a couple minutes before the next speaker is scheduled to speak. Lion Brian, do you have anything that you want to, any housekeeping or anything you want to talk about?
Not really, just so everybody knows with the videos, and there are a few more, they are coming from the GoToWebinar servers. They get to sort of each person at a different speed. One thing you can do if you're having troubles is to leave the conference and then return. It just takes a few moments. That's worked for at least one person that I followed in the questions box. That once they left and came back, took a couple tries, everything was just fine. So I advise you to do that. If you're on a telephone, there are other issues that I won't go into that make it impossible for you to see the video, but you might hear it. And that's something much more technical than I'm going to go into today. Suffice it, as Scotty says, the rules of physics won't allow it to happen. So, like I say, I'm sorry if you're having trouble. That is a computer-to-computer issue, and I will continue to research it. Thank you, Lion Lori.
Thank you very much.
One thing that I'd like to mention, Lori, if I may, we have been having some reports from northern Arizona that some of the internet cable connections are not working. Cable one continues to be down. CenturyLink is still up. So for those of you that are still interested, this is being recorded, so you will be able to see the sessions as we move forward.
Correct, Ken. It will be hosted as you stated. It will be actually on YouTube once I get it downloaded. So you will be able to see it and view it whenever you want.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to go ahead and introduce our next presenter. Past Council Chair Jody Burmester has been a Lion for more than 28 years. She's currently a member of the Madison Central Lions Club and is serving as Wisconsin's Multiple District 27 Global Leadership Team Coordinator. She runs the Burmester Virtual Cocktail Party every Saturday, and if you have not tuned in to one of her cocktail parties, they are phenomenal. I would highly recommend that you register and attend them. She is also an accomplished inspirational speaker. In her professional life, Lion Jody has spent almost 30 years as a communications and business consultant, including 12 years as the Wisconsin Lion editor. It is my very distinct pleasure to introduce our next presenter, past council chairperson, Jody Burmester.
Hello, Lions. I am really excited to be here today and have a chance to talk to you about the opportunities we have right now to relaunch our clubs with a renewed focus on serving the current needs of our communities and teaming with great partners to help meet all those needs in the community. In other words, living up to our motto, we serve. Well, this sounds so basic, it's far from easy. To be successful, it's going to take a club commitment to create a culture of service focused on how we can, not why we can't. It will take each and every Lion being open to change and to trying new things and to realize the impact that their words and actions have on their fellow members and their community. Throughout all of this, I ask you to remember this marshmallow. Think of this marshmallow as a new idea or a new member. They start out pristine. The first time they bring a new idea to the club, they're so excited until they get squashed by a senior member of the club. They spring back, but never return to that pristine state again. With subsequent squashing of their ideas, they become a gooey puddle and they leave Lions to find another volunteer opportunity, one that's going to appreciate them, their time, and their talents. Every single one of us has been a squasher. Most don't realize that they're squashing progress. We're just looking out for what we believe is in the best interest of our club. Recognizing this behavior in ourselves and stopping squashing in its tracks is key to our success in attracting and keeping new members. All right, show of hands. How many of you recognize this as hula hooping? In the 50s and 60s, a simple plastic tube became a worldwide sensation with kids of all ages jumping in on the fad. Fast forward to today, the hula hoop in this video doesn't look much different than the one from the 1950s, but it has changed dramatically in the technology and how it's being used. I believe that Lionism and hula hooping have a lot in common. Some of our clubs are stuck in a time warp, like that 1950s video, still functioning like we did decades ago with the same projects and fundraisers and same trappings. Or even worse, are those clubs that have kept the trappings that are no longer living up to our motto, we serve. These are the clubs that are dying on the vine and aging out. Other clubs have embraced serving in different ways. They actively look to partner and remove hurdles to serving as a Lion, like that young hoop artist we just saw. These clubs are embracing service in new and exciting ways, and by doing so, they're attracting new members of all ages and from all walks of life. So the million-dollar question is, how do you move from operating in a time warp to embracing today's volunteer? Well, there's a lot of ideas out there on this. I'm actually going to share some insight I've gained over the last 28 plus years of working with clubs, with specific examples of clubs who have successfully turned things around. I'm sharing these examples with you to spark your imagination and open your mind to the possibilities. Let's start with a 50-year-old club that until 15 years ago was a male-only club. They did the same service projects and fundraisers each and every year and had a stable membership at around 50 members. Today, this vibrant club is made up of more than 80 men, women, and families. They have their own community park and diverse projects and fundraisers. So what changed? A few years ago, the club actively decided to embrace every new project idea that came through their door. When they were talking to a new member or a prospective member, they asked them how they wanted to serve, what projects would make them happy. Then they did everything possible to support that new member in the way they wanted to serve. One new member wanted to bake cookies with middle schoolers to have the kids and distribute them to assisted living and nursing homes. This project cost a lot less than $200 and resulted in an amazing project for these kids where they learned their way around the kitchen, and they were also able to spend time with area seniors, brightening both the kids' day and the seniors' day. This one project alone resulted in one new member immediately and a half dozen more since then. Another club was literally dying off. They were down to 15 members with an average age of 74. They had no service projects and one pancake breakfast a year. And that was even getting harder and harder to run as they had fewer and fewer members to run the fundraiser. At that point, one of their members realized that they had to do something drastic or turn in their charter. He reached out to a community member that was running a chili cook-off and asked if the club could partner in this event. That single effort was a turning point for the club. Now, 5 years later, that club has 42 members and is growing. They support everything from building a pickleball court to giving gallons of milk away to supplying books for young readers and so much more. Yet another club was stagnant at 33 members. They did one thing and one thing only, their annual car show each fall. That one fundraiser allowed them to write a lot of checks, but it didn't attract anyone outside of the club and besides car enthusiasts who might want to join them. And they only joined because they wanted to be part of this car show. Through a long and difficult process, the club finally diversified their projects. They've now grown to 50 plus members and are doing more for the community now than they ever have in their entire existence. As a side note, that club has also had to pivot due to COVID-19 and how they do business. Their annual car show had to be canceled last year due to severe flooding in the area. This year, COVID-19 caused the show's cancellation. Instead of folding up their tent and going home, the club decided to sponsor a road rally scavenger hunt. This road rally scavenger hunt provided safe and fun for all that attended and participated, and also helped raise a few funds too. Here's a story of another club that recently doubled in size because they had a lot of new people moving into their community. These new Lions came in and wanted to host a movie night in their park for local families. The idea was simple. They would show a Disney movie, they'd sell hot dogs, water and lemonade for $1 each, and just bring the community together. The old guard was vocally against this idea. They thought it was completely ridiculous. The new members were persistent and they finally wore the old guard down and they went forward with the event. I happened to be at the next club meeting after that movie night and was blown away by what I saw. One of that old guard members, who was completely against the event, stood up and said something along these lines. I didn't want to have that movie night. I showed up at the movie night just to watch it fail. Now I'm eating my words and I feel terrible that I was part of the reason we didn't do this project for so long. This was one of the best community service projects we've done in years, and now I can't wait to help out at the next one. All of these clubs changed their way of thinking from why we can't to how we can. They embrace service and innovation, and because of this, they're now thriving. Helen Keller once said, "Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much." That was true for Lions when she said it, and continues to be a guiding principle at every level of our association. And here's the cool thing. You don't have to look very far to find a great partner. We may not have the expertise to feed the hungry, but our local food bank sure does. And they are desperate for funding right now and for volunteers to help meet the incredibly fast growing need. We may not have the ability to create a mentoring program for people who are recently unemployed, but our local small business association or job bank does. And we may not have the expertise to teach the kids who are now unable to attend school in a classroom, but we certainly can team up with our local schools to help run a virtual reading program. There are literally thousands upon thousands of examples of amazing Lions partnerships, proving that we're only limited by our imagination when it comes to teaming with others to make a difference. Here's a couple of real world Lions partnerships that are making a difference right now. Here in Arizona, the South Tucson Lions Dictionary Project. They've teamed up with their local Rotary to provide dictionaries for kids across the city. They've also created a myriad of school and student support projects that are helping support learning efforts across the community. Another Lions Club in the East is partnering with their local Parks and Rec department on an ever-growing list of projects. So far, this partnership has resulted in Lions sponsoring paddle nights at the local pond, drive-through trick-or-treating, and a drive-through Easter egg hunt, along with so many more opportunities coming down the pipe that it's keeping the club visible and active in their community in ways that they never imagined. We all know that the need for Lions and all that we do has never been greater. Hopefully some of the examples I just shared with you is going to inspire you to meet the challenge of changing to meet the needs of a new generation of volunteers. Volunteers who are eager to join an organization focused on service, and that's going to allow them to make an impact through their own service. We all know that this just won't happen. It will take open minds, trial and error, patience, and so much more. All of which will be so worth it if our legacy is a vibrant Lions Club. I'm going to close with this challenge to each of you to be the change. This comes from Michael Jackson's 1987 song, Man in the Mirror. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. And no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. Lions, thank you for all you do. Don't be a squasher, be the change. I am Lion Jody Burmester. You can reach me at lionjody@gmail.com or on Facebook. Go ahead and find me at Lion Jody Burmester. I look forward to having some question and answer time with you all. Thank you, and we'll see you in a minute.
Thank you very much. That was a very inspirational presentation. And at this time, we'd like to open it for any questions that you may have for past council chairperson, Jody.
I'm looking for raised hands, or please submit your questions. Lion Allen has a question. Your hand is up, Lion Allen. You are unmuted.
Thank you. Thank you, Jody, and all of the presenters so far. It is so inspiring to see you in person. I thank you for the wonderful cocktail parties you host every Saturday. You bringing us all together in our trying times. To Marcia, I certainly enjoyed her presentation also. It's enlightening to see what you all have and getting different perspectives. I like your haircut shorter though, Jody. I told that to one of our presenters in the afternoon that she needed to get her hair cut and finally did. I know it's trying times, but thank you, Jody. I've thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Just so you all know, I actually haven't had a haircut since January of 2020, as my haircut was scheduled right when Wisconsin went into shutdown for COVID, and I haven't been back since. So welcome to my new long due, people.
I'm still looking for hands that are raised, or if Lion CC Barb's got questions coming to her. And I
No
think
questions
also
yet.
while we're waiting for the questions, I do have a couple things that I would love to just share with you above and beyond, if that's okay. There's a couple resources I wanted to share with you that are great resources for project ideas. And one of them is your own MD21 Canyon State publication. You know, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We are part of the world's largest service organization. And you can see another club doing a great project, contact that club, ask them how they did it, and adapt it to your own community. The other thing is Facebook. I wanted to focus on two things on Facebook that are, I'm sorry, we'll start with Facebook and then we'll go to Lions Clubs International website. The Global Lions Forum on Facebook is an amazing group of Lions from across the globe that talk all the time about challenges and opportunities that our Lions are facing. There's always great ideas there on that you may want to take a look at, and to get involved, just go to Facebook, search on Global Lions Forum, and ask to be part of that group. The other piece is Lions Clubs International in the last 6 months or so put out a new piece called the Lions Service Launchpad. And you can find that by going to lionsclubs.org and searching on Service Launchpad. It is literally a step-by-step list, cookbook, if you will, of how to run projects related to our 5 main service areas. You can look at it from any number of ways. It is a phenomenal tool that most of our clubs aren't aware of. And the last piece I wanted to point out to you, and actually past District Governor Marcia talked about that Flags for Heroes event from the Ohio County Lions Club. That is actually part of a presentation that was made through the Lions Virtual group. And Lions Virtual has a YouTube channel. So if you go to youtube.com and search on Lions Virtual, you will find a page of Lions videos created by Lions and presented by Lions to help us learn and grow from one another from our own experiences. That particular session was part of the Lions virtual fundraising session. And there were some great ideas about how to pivot your fundraisers to this new world we're living in with COVID and being more virtual and more socially distanced. So those of you who know me, that I just keep talking unless someone else asks a question. So I still have like a few minutes here. So either ask a question or I got more.
Lion Laura, this is Tom Price.
And I got 2 questions after you, Tom.
Well, Brian, you go ahead, go with those questions, and we'll, depending on time, I'll ask mine. So go ahead, Brian.
I've got Lions Rosemary Gabriel, who will be followed by Macbeth Tomo. So Lion Rosemary, I'm unmuted you. Please ask your question.
No, I'm Brian. It's not a question, but I just want to thank Lion Jody. I really enjoy the cocktail parties and, you know, the games with Daniel, Marnie Elkins during the cocktail, and lots of information and ideas that I've already followed, you know, some of them. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you, Lion Rosemary. I did mean to invite you all to the Burmester Virtual Bar. I know tonight you're all tied up with wrapping up your convention, your midwinter, but if you go to Facebook and go to Lions Virtual or lionsvirtual.org, you will find an invite to our party every week, and we'd love to have you.
And I'm sharing that link in the chat box, lionsvirtual.org, for those who need it. Lion Macbeth Tomo, I have unmuted you. You need to unmute yourself, please. Please unmute yourself. There you go, Lion Macbeth. Please ask your question.
Actually, it's more of expression of gratitude to all the speakers thus far. I really are enjoying all the presentations and learning a lot. Thank you. I'm proud to say that the Phoenix Film Lions is in line with all of the service projects and that you are recommending. We're doing Zoom meeting, but I like the idea that we can invite other members that are struggling to create this particular kind of platform. And I will present that to the president. And then the fundraising we just finished virtually, was a success. We raised over $13,000, I think close to $14. Our Leos are active. So we're doing all kinds of Meals on Wheels. We're doing hunger, diabetic presentation. We do dancing before we do the Zoom meeting. And this December, just to be festive and celebrate the spirit of Christmas, we're gonna sing the Christmas carols and dance together. And so it's accomplishing a lot of these service projects, being physically fit. But anyway,
You got a
my
question?
yes, and our struggle, the only thing that I am observing, and I've been sort of expressing my point of view, is there are only very limited numbers of members that are engaged and informed. That is, how can we correct that, or how can we improve that? So it's good that these people are very driven, but I always believe getting the members informed, they will get engaged and put fun in it, and I can bet they will really be there.
Lion
So
Macbeth,
how
thank you
can we
very
correct
much.
that?
And I'm going to ask Lion Jody to respond. Thank you, Lion Macbeth.
So I would say engagement is huge right now. Engaging our members through meetings and planning for service on however they're comfortable serving is huge. And without that, we're going to see an even greater drop in membership, as ID Gary was talking about earlier. So really getting members engaged is reaching out and finding a project in your community that's worthwhile, that they feel safe in participating in right now. And once that one's done, finding the next one and the next one and the next one. You know, I'm going to challenge you all, and I know we're out of time here, but I'm going to challenge you all to a very specific service project. With the number of people that are hungry right now growing exponentially, we can all do something about that. I challenge you all to create a drive-through food drive for your community where people can drop off food and cash donations, and you work with your local food pantry to set it up and to distribute those funds and those monies. That is a huge need, and one that our Lions and members can step in and help with to help re-engage them and keep them engaged and keep us moving forward. With that, before I get the hook or the cattle prod or whatever you use down in Arizona, thank you all for all you do, and thank you for the opportunity to talk today.
Thank you very much. And past District Governor Tom, you had a couple questions?
Yes, I do. Jody, you indicated, if you haven't already said so, you had a poster that you used as part of your presentation. How can we get a copy of that to pass that on to our clubs?
I will email it to Brian right now, and he can drop it into the window for you.
Thank you much. Then the second question was, you mentioned to avoid squashing new ideas. Any other additional ideas that's, and it's more coming from, believe it or not, we as experienced Lions, predominantly, do you have any suggestions for us older Lions, they put it that way?
So I carry a marshmallow with me quite regularly these days, and it's because we all are squashers, as I said earlier. And in order to stop squashing, you have to recognize the behavior in yourself. I am an anti-squasher, and I find myself every now and again squashing ideas. It's really a question of being self-aware of what's coming out of your mouth and the impact it's going to have on the people you're presenting to or speaking to. If we really want to change and we really want to grow to continue to serve in the future and have that legacy continue, we have to stop squashing, and we have to let a new generation take over the reins of service and the reins of administration from us people that have been around the block for a while. And it's hard to do, but you have to let them do that.
Thank you.
Can I throw a question in? Do we have time for one more question?
Yes, we do.
Lion, Jody, you talked about bringing in young leadership. How can we take Lions who are, shall we say, embedded in certain leadership positions in the club level and get them to allow the young ones to have that chance at leadership? That's one of our greatest challenges is you have people who have been president for 7 years and don't want to let it go. How do we make that change?
You know, that's a really great question, and one that we see all over the place, you're not just seeing that only in Arizona. And I think the challenge is that when we can't find people to step up, one person puts themselves out there and is willing to stay on. And then that keeps going and going and going. And by the time you find someone new, that original person is so embedded in that role, it's theirs and they can't let it go. So I think in order to do so, it's a process. It's a process in education on the front end and making sure people realize that they aren't grand poobah for life. And it's also about mentoring new leaders. And we've talked about mentoring on a couple of these presentations throughout this morning. And it's really important. So you bring them on as a co-chair or as a, you have a transition plan in place, because without that, your club is going to go stagnant and really die on the vine. I think the big challenge is finding young Lions that are willing to put up with that process, if you will. It can be very disheartening for a younger member to be squashed and squashed and squashed, and they do put themselves out there to a leadership role, and that we don't allow them to take on the leadership role. So as you other Lion leaders are seeing this happen, I think it's up to us to take that long-serving leader aside and explain to them the impact of what they're doing is having, and help them work through it, not in front of the whole group, but on a one-on-one basis.
Great answer. Thank you very much. I have no further questions on my board. I don't know about Lion Bar, but I see no hands raised.
No questions on this end.
Thank you very, very much then, past council chairperson Jody. That was a very informative presentation, and we look forward to having more from you in the future. We have a couple minutes before our next presentation, and I'd like to throw in a couple of questions for our Lions. The first one that answers correctly in the chat box will be acknowledged. Unfortunately, we can't get you any prizes or anything, but we can acknowledge you online here. The very first question I have is, the Lions Club International Foundation was created in what year? You need to put on your Lions thinking caps.
No fair Googling the answer. Lion Macbeth has their hand up. Lion Macbeth, you're the first one. What is your answer? I've unmuted you. There you go.
June 1917.
That was the year that our LCI was created. But what year was our foundation created?
Lion Walt, hand is up. Lion Walt. I've unmuted you, Walt, but you've got to unmute yourself. Lion Walt, you are muted. Lion Walt, you're okay. Lion Walt, you're unmuted. What is your answer?
Yeah, you changed all the controls. 1968.
That's absolutely correct. Yay, Lion Walt, you are our first correct answerer. And the second question, I probably gave it away already, asking my first question, but what's the name of our foundation?
Your answer can come with a raised hand or by typing it in. Lion Janice Wagner's hand is up. I've unmuted you, Lion Janice. Please give your answer. Lion Janice?
Yes, Lions Clubs International Foundation.
That is correct. And at the same time that your hand went up, we also had an answer that was typed in from Lion Ronald Gerhardt that it's LCIF. You're both absolutely correct. And as a segue from our questions into our next segment, it is my pleasure now to turn the microphone over to our Lions Club International Foundation area leader, past International Director John Walker, and also our multiple district Lions Clubs International Foundation coordinator, past District Governor Fred Garbison, to present several Lions Club International Foundation awards. Take it away, please.
Lion Fred, I do not hear you. Lion Fred Garmison, let me check. No, you're unmuted. I don't hear you talking, but you're definitely unmuted. Lion Fred, you need to speak, please. Lion Fred, we do not hear you. Or Lion John, when do you need to speak, please? Lion John, you should be on now.
Yes, I am on now. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, what we're going to do today with the LCIF, Lions Clubs International Foundation, Arizona is in a very wonderful place when it comes to the foundation, especially working with Campaign 100. Remember, in Campaign 100, it's LCIF empowering our Lions service. And because of the efforts of our Lions leaders within Arizona last year, 2019 to 2020, we achieved a lot of good news, a lot of great things. And that's because of their leadership and also the generosity of many of the Lions within Arizona. First of all, I'd like to this little status report. Right now, Arizona has achieved its goal for the whole campaign. But I know the Lions of Arizona are going to continue, not stop, because our leaders won't let you stop. We're doing very, very well. Also, we have to report that since the campaign started in 2017 until now, at least within Arizona, 94% of the clubs have donated some time during that campaign time. But noticing, looking at records recently, there's some that haven't donated in the last year or two. Then also individually, we have a high number of participants. 18% of our Lions have donated individually. And actually that's outstanding within the United States. But one of our goals with the campaign this year is to see if we can increase our individual donations. Also, we have 10 model clubs within our multiple district. Of those at different levels, I know we have model clubs and visionary model clubs. And we all know that Lion Fred has also promotes classic clubs and 100 clubs. And we have quite a bit of number of clubs in that area. So that's fantastic. What I'd like to now do is sort of recognize from last year some outstanding accomplishments. And because of their accomplishments, they have received or will receive their chairperson's medal. And the chairperson's medal, the criteria for that is a district must raise a minimum of $30,000 to be eligible for the recognition. Now we're talking about last year. Also, that if the minimum is achieved, the $30,000, then the district governors and coordinators who have had an increase over the previous year will receive the medal. And also that district governors and coordinators who qualify for the chairperson's medal received different levels of recognition, and all our people we're recognizing have received are being recognized at the bronze level for contributing, meaning they've contributed less than $100,000 US. Then also multiple district coordinators and council chairpersons qualify for the award if 50% or more of the districts within their multiple district qualify for the award. So we have going to recognize 6 people for their accomplishments last year. And actually it's from District 20, since we were 3 districts, we have 3 districts, 21B, first of all, District LCIF District Coordinator, past District Governor Bobby Ravenkamp, and also our District Governor Chris Gibbs. They are being recognized with the Chairperson's Award. In District 21C, District Coordinator, past District Governor Carl Anderson, and District Governor Marie Cunning are also being recognized with the Chairperson's Medal. And then since 2 of the 3 districts qualified, making it over 50%, that means multiple district coordinator, past district governor, our Lion go-to person for LCIF, Fred Garmison, is qualified for the award. And also multiple district council chairperson, past district governor, or past CC Larry Palmer qualifies for the award. So I want to say congratulations to all. It's through hard work of the coordinators and at all levels within the state, and also the support of the governors and council chair that made these recognitions possible. And I thank everybody for what they have done. Does that mean we can rest on our laurels? No, this is another year, and we are hopeful that our coordinators that are on board this year will continue the hard work and continue the effort to make Lions and Lions clubs in Arizona aware of our foundation and Campaign 100. I just want to give this short little commercial, I guess. To support, remember the mission of LCIF, Lions Clubs International Foundation, is to support the efforts of Lions Clubs and partners in serving communities locally and globally, giving hope and impacting lives through humanitarian service projects and grants. And in this past year, with COVID upon us, LCIF responded to that, and all through the generosity of the Lions of the World to LCIF, LCIF was able to grant over $5 million in grants and over 400 grants throughout the world in helping clubs and districts do what they could to help the efforts about fighting COVID. So that's one way our money is being used within the in the past year for an immediate emergency. But also, I want, for the commercial part, I just want to let you think about these words. We turn on the news every day and see the heartbreaking headlines: lack of access to education, natural disasters, limited access to clean water, and worse. When we look at the numbers, the future of our world is intimidating. Every 2 minutes, a child is diagnosed with cancer. 400 million are living with diabetes. This number is projected to soar to 650 million by 2040. By 2025, half of the world's population will be living in water-stressed areas. And 253 million individuals live with blindness or visual impairment, and global trends suggest this number may triple by 2050. And 2/3 of children report being victims of bullying. And also, as our kickoff speaker, ID Gary Brown, mentioned earlier this morning, we have millions who go to bed each night hungry. And how can Lions help? Well, through our service and through our commitments to LCIF and our donations to LCIF, we can help make those things a part of our program and help do our part to be successful in trying to eliminate, reduce the humanitarian impact of what's going on. So that's my commercial. Lion Fred, you got your audio? No audio? Okay. So at this time, I think I've covered all that we were going to cover with the chairperson's medals and the recognitions. And I'd like to, one thing we didn't do was give a great handshake and or hand clap and a yell for those people who achieved those awards. Again, whatever you can do to support LCF as a club or individual, it's easy to do. Go online, Lions Clubs International website, and in the right-hand corner of each page is a big box that says donate. You can donate online very easily. Also in our Canyon State Lion Fred did put in a pledge card, which could be used, that you could fill out, complete, and send to him, and he will help you will help you make a pledge for your club or for yourself as an individual. Remember, at all individual donations, club donations count to Melvin Jones Fellowship Awards, Melvin Jones Fellowship Awards presentations, and through your donation, you can increase your what I'm going to say, increase your number of credits that you have, so you may receive your own Melvin Jones Fellowship or a next level of fellowship, or your club can also, by club making a donation, is also gaining credits for LCAF awards. So with that, I have nothing else further to present you with. However, if there's some questions or comments, we look forward to, we could entertain those.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and may I be the first to congratulate all of the recipients. Are there any questions?
I have no hands that are raised. If you have a question, please raise your hand or submit it to Lion Barb. I have no hands that are raised. I don't know if Lion Barb has any questions.
Just a minute. I think there's a question that just came in. Hold on, let me see. Oh, he just said he lost audio. Never mind.
Okay.
Reminder, as Ken has told us, there are some internet problems in northern Arizona that may be affecting your participation today. So please bear that in mind.
If we have no other questions,
yes, I do have one that just came in. Lion Carl Anderson, thank you for raising your hand. I have unmuted you. You need to also unmute yourself or you cannot ask your question. There you go, Carl. Please ask your question.
I just wanted to take a second to thank Lions John and Lions Fred for the leadership role they took in this. It's made the work of the coordinators, past and present, really easy to accomplish. And I thank you.
Thank you, Carl, for those kind words.
Are there any other questions? Please raise your hands or submit them to CC Barb. We'll give you just another few moments.
Well, while we're waiting, I'd like to also point out, as it was mentioned earlier, I'm the area leader for 9 states out here in the West, in which Arizona is one of them. But Arizona is the star of my group so far, but they're being pushed hard by New Mexico. They are also doing a great job promoting LCIF and having clubs and individuals donate. But the whole area itself, we're doing quite well. We're over 50% of our area goal, and hopefully by 2022 we'll get to 100%. But we need participation. We need encouragement of clubs and individuals to join us. And again, one of the little things, our goals for this year is to increase our individual donation, not by a lot, but if we just did 1%, you'd be amazed at the amount of money that would come in and to help support the foundation and help Campaign 100 be the success that we plan it to be.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other
I
questions.
just had, pardon me, another hand come up. Lion Rosemary Gabriel, please please unmute yourself. People, if you have questions, please unmute yourselves so that I can quickly unmute you as well. You already are pre-muted, so please unmute yourselves. Lion Rosemary, please go ahead.
Thank you, Lion Brian. Just want to let everybody know that we have LCI updates on our monthly emails also, and that's together with the 21 North membership polls. So I hope the presidents and secretaries can forward it on to their members, so all of us will get updates on what's new with LCIF and the membership. And also would like to invite everybody again, if you can, support our LCIF and Melvin Jones Fellowship virtual raffle drawing.
Thank you,
And
Lion
thank
Rosemary, and
all.
I'm sure you can share that on Facebook for everybody who's
Yes,
interested. You can give them the
thank
link,
you.
and we thank you very much. Any other questions?
Since there's no other questions, I'd like to thank you again. And then also I'd like to turn it back over to past District Governor Tom.
Well, it's now time for lunch. Come back promptly at 1 o'clock and we'll hear from our International Director, Gary, and look forward to the afternoon session. So it's time to have lunch and even take a quick nap if you so desire. So thank you all for being here. If you're liking what you're seeing so far, it's not too late to invite others. They can come in on the same link that you were provided as a attendee. So, and that's correct, Brian, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That's all for me, unless you have something, Brian.
No, I'm going to leave this open. I might try to slip in a video if I can work it out, but I'll get that poster up that Jody sent, and have a great lunch.
Trying to come back on as we speak.
We now hear you.
Okay, I'm ready to. Good afternoon and welcome back from lunch. Hope everybody had a very pleasant start of their afternoon. We're going to get started here with a couple of new housekeeping things. Brian knew how to mute themselves and unmute themselves.
I believe so, and I encourage everybody to be unmuted, and then I will bring you up as necessary if you have questions.
Okay. Well, it's time to start the afternoon. We heard from our next speaker, International Director Gary Brown, earlier today. For those of you who missed his keynote address that kicked off this leadership forum, that presentation was recorded and will be available to view on the YouTube channel later. But now let's enjoy another perspective. For those of you who are not online this morning, let me provide a brief background. This 36-year Lion has held positions from club president to international director. After retiring from his investment management, got an opportunity to pursue his Lions passion with a focus on leadership training and mentoring emerging Lions leaders. As a current international director, he serves on both the leadership development and executive committees of the LCI board. On the topic leadership, what is it really? It's my pleasure to introduce International Director Gary Brown.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Lion Ken. It's interesting that directors always get to speak to people right after they eat. It's a challenge. All of the blood goes somewhere else, so we have to try to keep everybody awake. This is probably one of a million leadership books that's out there. And can I boil that all down in 20 minutes and what it means to Lionism? Absolutely not. But what we can do is plow through this, and I'd like to start with what leadership is not. Leadership is not a title. A title is a title. It's what you do that defines your level of leadership anywhere in your career in Lionism. And it's not a station in life. It's not a guarantee that you will forever be a respected leader if you do not continue to lead, and people will look to you to do exactly that. Leadership is certainly not a lever to be used against anybody else. And leadership is not permanent. If you cease to lead, people will cease to follow you. One of the things I brought up this morning was President Choi's idea of servant leadership. And the definition there is, my job as a leader is to serve you and to help you grow and to make sure that you have the tools to do that. The question then becomes whether you're a leader at any level of Lions Clubs International. What can I do to help you? One of the conversations we've had a lot with input that we get from around the world on the Leadership Development Committee is, how does that analysis of leadership take place? Does it take place from the top down, or does it take place from the bottom up? To be effectively done, it needs to take place from both directions. I was in a presentation years ago where a pyramid was put out by LCI. And at the bottom of that pyramid was the clubs, and at the top of the pyramid was LCI. The presenter the next time on his next slide flipped that pyramid over and said, this really is the way we need to think about it. And I couldn't agree more with past Council Chair Mark Whitney when he did that. Leadership, what is it really? Steve Jobs of Apple fame, his definition was that management is about persuading people to do things that they do not want to do, while leadership is about inspiring people to do things that they thought they could never do. That is true leadership. Leadership has some identifiable qualities and traits that are the same whether you're in a not-for-profit or a for-profit organization. The first one is communication. Open, honest, and often. That's the only way to be an effective leader. You have to have integrity. You can't say one thing and do another, and you really can't ask other people to do something that you wouldn't do or haven't effectively done yourself. The third is accountability. I'm gonna slow down on this one a little bit because there's a big conversation about accountability right now in leadership development conversations, and with Second Vice President Sheehan with the NAMI program. Accountability is a major key to whether or not that works. So what's the accountability portion of it? I mentioned this morning that there are a lot of people in our association that have a lot of titles. Do they do them all extremely well? I guess that's an honest question to ask. But for us to have accountability, for NAMI to work, for us to function properly as an organization, we have to be accountable from the top down and from the bottom up. You also have to have empathy. The job that you do is a job that you need to understand and that you can help somebody else do and do effectively. If you don't have empathy, you can't do that because people really won't believe where you're coming from. You also have to have humility. This one's relatively simple. What does humility mean to me in this context? As long as the job gets done and you really don't care who gets the credit, that to me is humility. Because what you've done is you've put the mission before yourself. We serve other people. We don't serve so that we get more accolades. You have to be resilient, and especially is that true today. If we weren't resilient right now and hadn't been resilient for the past 8 to 9 months and hadn't been adaptable, we would be in a much bigger world of hurt than we are. The numbers I shared with you this morning, year over year, for this fiscal year 2019, fiscal year 2020, in the very same period, we're actually in really good shape. There's a lot of hope for us because what people are seeing at this point in time is they're seeing what we are out on the street doing. They're seeing us demonstrate that kindness matters. They're seeing us put our money where our mouth is. And they're seeing us live our motto. They believe in that because they see us continue to do it. And they see us continue to believe in what we do. Also, to be a good leader, you have to have some vision. Let's go back to March. I can see a lot of conversations right now. Oops, we can't get together anymore. What do we do? A lot of people stepped forward and they taught the rest of us through their vision how we can do exactly what we're doing today. Many of us never would have thought of it, but here we are. And again, as I mentioned this morning, I think this is a tool for the future. I don't know that it is our entire future, but it is certainly a tool that we can use. And we have to remember that with vision, we have to be really careful. Lion Daniel and Lion Jody this morning mentioned that, seasoned lions, new lions. We have to be really, really careful about the way we approach that, because with you having the ability to have vision and to change doesn't mean you're disrespecting our 103 years of fabulous history. And you have to be able to have a little bit of influence. My dad, quick story about him with influence. He and I used to work on cars together. It was back in the 60s when you could still do that. And I used to get involved and tell him what I thought I wanted to do when I got older. And it was funny because he would just kind of look over his glasses at me and he would say, "Don't tell me, show me." And that's what we have to do. That's what leaders have to do. Positivity. It would be really, really easy at this point in time to say, boy, are we in trouble. Well, we are in some level of trouble, but I tend to want to turn that around positively and look for where we can go with it and what we can accomplish with it. It's not all rosy, but it can be done. And we've been doing it for 103 years. Delegation is also very important if you're an effective leader. You can't do everything by yourself. But if you go out and find the right people to fill the right jobs, Lion Daniel mentioned it again. Some of them may be brand new and may be looking for an opportunity to lead. Give them a job and give them a chance. And we have to have confidence. If we don't display confidence, it's obvious. Everybody will know that we don't have it. And without it, we have a tough time selling our story. How do you lead in a crisis? There are some things in a crisis that are paramount. And I don't know that we're necessarily in a crisis, but I would say that we are in a challenge. You have to deal in facts. Nothing can be hidden. You can't be afraid to speak up at any level of the organization if you have an idea, if you have a criticism, or if you have something you think that would benefit the rest of us to hear. You have to be consistent. You have to be available. That's one thing that I will say about our vice presidents and our executive officers and our administrative staff in this organization. They are all available, all of them. And that's very important. You constantly have to communicate. But most of all, you have to be willing to listen. I'll go back to that word again. If you listen, you learn. And if you want to be an effective leader, you have to learn every day. And the only way you do that is to listen and not go in with a preconceived notion about what the answer should be or what you want the answer to be. You have to be unafraid of change. We talked about that this morning. If you're afraid of change, you'll never change. And if you don't change, you'll become irrelevant. You have to be able to adapt to that change. And you have to, once again, remember that adapting to change does not mean disrespecting history. In other words, sometimes to be a good leader, you have to know when to be a good follower. We have some people in this organization that you probably should think about following sometimes. Our past president, Gudrun, put Leo Lion liaisons on our board. Ayush Bagwa, Poyo Caceres, Potter Kite Fawn, Shahenda, there's Eleonora and Kyle. We have so much to learn from them, but to learn from them, we have to learn to follow what they're saying. They learn differently than we do, and we're adjusting our institutes to that. It's important for our future. Our association, again, has survived so much in 103, almost 104 years. And we survived it all because we learned how to adapt and do these things that good leaders do. Everybody needs to speak up. And like Lion Daniel said this morning, everybody needs to step up. But we have to do it every day. And it doesn't matter what your title is or what your title was. We need leadership now as much as we've ever needed it in the past. Share one thing with you. Leaders, I hope, sometimes can bring some ideas to the table. Can't just tell you what to do if I don't have an idea. So here's an idea that I'll share with you from a club in Brooklyn. And it has to do with leadership. This club takes the newest 2 members and sends them to the state convention as a part of their delegation. They do it every year. They do it because they want to get those people immediately involved. What they do at the end of the year also is they take all of the new members from that year and they tell the new members from that year, we want you to come up with a new service project for this club. And we want you to present it to us. And we promise you we'll try it at least once. The club does that. And it has worked every year. So that's one thing that we might all be able to think about doing somewhere along the line. Margaret Mead said, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. When you look at the number of people in this world and the number of people in the United States, the number of people in MD21, Our numbers are not huge, but we are powerful. And we can continue to make a difference in this world if we remember that to be a good leader, we need to be a servant leader, serve our communities, serve younger lions, serve seasoned lions, and serve one another. If we continue to do that, I think the future of this organization is very bright, and I'm proud to be a part of it. And I am most certainly happy and thankful that MD21 gave me the opportunity to spend a little time with you. I'd rather be there in person, no doubt about that. But that time will come. So if we have time for some questions, Lion Tom, I know we had a couple left over from this morning, and if we have any new ones, I would be happy to handle those.
If you have any questions you'd like to submit, please raise your hand or give them to Lion Barb in the question box.
Sorry about the, I was,
EDG Tom,
I had to get
did
the
you have
question,
any?
had to get the questions off the, just give me, why don't you do this? Lion Ken, go ahead and ask your questions. I'll get those 2 questions from this morning. You caught me a little bit by surprise, Gary, so.
I have them here.
Oh, you do? Well, yeah. Why don't you start off with those? I apologize.
Okay. No, that's fine. I didn't want to leave them unanswered. I know they were and they took the time to send them in. This is from Lion Rob Mayer. Why should I join a Lions Club and pay dues when I can volunteer elsewhere without paying any dues? Question, Lion Rob, that we get quite often. Couple of simple things that I would say. Our size and our reputation and our history are very helpful. When you're out there on the street, we have a story to tell. We're in more than 200 countries. We have a worldwide network. We have world-class leadership training, and that we find to be our #1 membership value. LCIF has given out since 1968 more than $1 billion. You would probably have a tough time finding that kind of a benefit in an organization that does not charge dues. And the cost, typically, if you round the dues out in most places, is about 20 cents a day. I think that's a bargain. Your other part of your question was, has there been any discussion at the international level concerning a way for members to earn their dues by working? And to this point in time, I would say to you, I have not heard that discussion, nor have I been involved in it. Lion Everett had a question. Are Lions in the US still supporting summer camps for individuals with special needs through state projects, or is that interest waning? I would say, Lion Everett, that it's not waning. In my travels, I've seen it in most states. A lot of them still have camps, and they're operating very well. I don't see that interest waning. Some of them are using their camps in other ways. You're seeing maybe a week or 2 of that camp now is being donated or being dedicated to diabetes, but special needs folks still very, very much involved. And I want to give a plug to somebody who's a member of my club. Her name is Dr. Lauren Lieberman, and she does Camp Abilities. And Camp Abilities is for young folks with special needs. She is a Fulbright scholar, and she is using her money from her Fulbright scholarship to take Camp Abilities to 6 different continents with the Lions. So I'd say it's not waning. In fact, in some ways, I think it's growing.
As we wait some of the other questions, I'd like to go back to your leadership presentation. Leadership, what is it really? And first of all, I'd like to say it was very interesting to hear the distinctions that you'd brought in there about leadership versus management, and how we can try and apply that within Lions and within our clubs. But one of the questions is, we're all volunteers, and in a leadership role, you may have been given responsibility and authority, but how can we get our leaders, especially at the club level, to accept both of these and to share that accountability to the club members?
The simple answer, I think, is to involve them in the decision and get them on a team. If we don't come to them like we are telling them, giving them an order, or something that they might be used to getting from their boss at work. This is what I think we should do. I think this is the way we can approach this. But follow it up with something simple like, what do you think? If you let people have buy-into the process, I think it makes a huge difference. You're right, we're all volunteers. And we've taken this question apart 8 ways from sundown up at LCI and on the Leadership Development Committee. But if you accept a job, there are job duties, you have to do them. Do we dictate to other volunteers? No. Can we involve them and make them feel important? I think that's one of the ways we have to approach that.
We are still looking for more questions. Please submit your questions
For
to myself.
that answer,
or
Lion Barbara, or any other questions?
Yeah. ID Gary, we have a couple questions that were written in here.
Okay.
Do you have a suggestion for turning conversations away from reducing or waiving fees to showing the benefits of being a dues paying organization?
Well, I think I think I answered some of that a little bit ago. Our leadership training has been recognized as some of the best in the planet, and that's saying a lot. When we really don't ask you for a lot in dues. I know we're cheaper than a lot of our quote unquote competition. And again, LCIF has a lot of opportunity to it that you may not find elsewhere. It costs money to run LCI. We have some fabulous folks at service activities, leadership development, membership development, and obviously, we have to pay them. Do we get a return for that? I think all of us as members do get a return on that investment, yes.
I have one more as soon as I can find it here. It decided to hide itself. Hold on. Maybe, Carl Anderson, you had that question. Brian, would you unmute Carl so he can ask that question?
Carl, I've unmuted you. Please ask your question.
Yeah, Lion Gary. My question is, how do you teach the senior part of the club, which is usually more than half, sometimes more than 3/4, to learn new tricks? It's nearly impossible to get them interested in leadership subjects. They've been president, they've been this and that, and they think they know it, and they know it from the probably past point of view, but they can't come forward, and they have a difficult time getting every club I've ever been in, but current one included, have difficult time getting younger members. The youngest we have in the club now is probably in their 40s. And you have any thoughts on how you train what's the expression, train an old horse?
The only way that I've ever seen an old horse trained, and I'm an old horse, is put them in a room with a young horse. And when I say that, I was in Utah last year, and I met Brianne Moore. Brianne Moore is, I think, 25 or 26. She lights up the room and she breaks down all the walls that you just talked about. If you get in a room with our Leo Lion liaisons, if you get in a room with some other folks, that tends to go away. I had the great fortune to start a couple of Leo clubs over the years, and one of them I started with a teacher who actually got transferred in as an Army wife. So she was kind of an outsider, and that club did not have, she was not dug in with that club. Started a Leo club. She was the one who ran the Leo club. They sold flowers. When I got all of them together in a parking lot with all those kids, everything changed for everybody in the parking lot. So I don't know that you can tell them how to do that. I think you have to get somebody with some talent to get through to them and get them in the room with them, even if they're not members yet. Let them demonstrate that it's not the end of the world if they try something new. That's the way I've seen it done, to try to tell people to do it. You could talk all night long, and I don't think it'll work.
Good information, good advice.
Thank you.
With that, we need to move on. Thank you very much, International Director Gary Brown, for your work. We'll move on to our next guest speaker. Our next speaker is a retired school teacher and a past district governor. That has thrust him into many Lions opportunities, including 6 years on the multiple District 4 Leadership Development Committee, 7-time USA Canada Leadership Forum presenter, and an instructor at Regional Lions, Senior Leadership, and Advanced Lions Leadership Institutes. A graduate of Faculty Development Institute and speaker presenter at numerous Lions seminars, he presented the Lions elevator speech. It's my pleasure to introduce past District Governor Bill Midyear.
Hi, I'm past District Governor Bill Midyear. If you're watching this seminar, you're probably a good Lion. And like all good Lions, you're wearing your Lion's pin. Now, if you're like me, you may lose your pin or leave it on the coat and it gets washed or something. So what I do is I wear a Lion's earring. In any event, the purpose of wearing that is to push the product, as they say, to let people know what Lions are all about. Now, many times you'll be in a store or at a party or something, someone will say, what are the Lions? I'm not familiar with the Lions. What do Lions do? Well, if you're like most people, you mumble something about Melvin Jones, Helen Keller, eyeglasses, and it kind of tapers off from there. What I'm going to be talking about today is having a good elevator speech. Now, what is the purpose of an elevator speech, you might ask? It's a sales call, basically. You're giving a sales pitch. The purposes are twofold. One, you want to let people know what Lions are all about. And two, you want to promote the club for a possible membership of that person. Now, how did the elevator speech get its name? Back in the early days of the motion picture industry, everybody in the world had an idea for a film. It was a new blossoming field, and everybody wanted to get in it. So producers and studio heads were constantly besieged by people who wanted to push their story, a potential script. What they would do, the writers got smart. What they would do is, as soon as they saw a producer or a director get on an elevator, they jump on with them. The idea being that they had 30 seconds, 45 seconds, maybe a minute to make their pitch. It had to be
have certain elements to make sure that they could get across what they wanted to get across in that time, so it would grab the person's interest, grab the director's interest, and make sure that they got their script turned into a movie. Now, there are certain elements to a good elevator speech. First one is, like in any encounter with a person for the first time, you want to make a good first impression. First of all, smile. I want to tell you about the Lions. Ugh, who's interested in that? Big smile. You want to talk about the Lions. Secondly, relax. If you make your sales pitch, you make your elevator speech, and nothing happens, you're not out of money, you're not in pain or anything, so relax. There's nothing wrong. Nothing can go wrong with an elevator speech. You want to be confident. You've got a good product to sell, the Lions Clubs International, or your own local club for that matter, and you want to be confident and excited about it. Yeah, I want to tell you about the Lions Club. Finally, don't slouch. Sit up straight, or stand up straight as the case may be. For some reason, they say that it makes you look untrustworthy. Secondly, you want to be persuasive. Any questions you might ask should force the individual to answer yes. You want to say, you don't want to join, do you? Well, that's real easy to say no. Joining the Lions Club is a good idea, isn't it? They're kind of forced into saying yes. So shoot for yes questions. You want to be brief and concise. Brief is part brief and part concise. I just jammed those together by accident. Anyhow, think about the Gettysburg Address. That took what, 4 minutes for Lincoln to say, and yet we still repeat it some 150 years later. The Golden Rule is what, 10, 12, 14 words, boom, you've got in less than that even. And that's got the whole thing right there. Even our own Helen Keller had her speech in Cedar Point, Ohio in 1925. It was very short. If you've ever read the whole thing, very short, nice little line. She got right to it. Be brief and concise. You also want to have a hook. What do I mean by that? You want to grab their attention. You want to say something at the very beginning that's going to make them want to hear what else you have to say. Think of an elevator speech. Well, the key word there is speech. You should have a good beginning and a good ending. And with the case of a good speech, they should be as close together as possible. You also want to go for the close. That's a sales term. And what it means is that you want to ask for the sale. You want to get them to commit. So you should talk about the benefits of being a Lion, the training that one receives in leadership and life skills, the networking that businesses can get, the socialization, and also the altruistic feelings for doing good for somebody else. You should also have available the club business card or a brochure or better still, an application. You want to be ready to close out the deal when you talk to somebody. The last element of a good elevator speech is practice, practice, practice. Your delivery should be smooth, but but natural. It should be natural. I'm sorry, smooth but natural. Now you've seen carnies. Step right up, this kind of thing. They're nice and smooth. They know what they're doing, but you don't believe a word they say. You want to be smooth and natural. I have a modest example that I've worked on over the years, and it seems to work fairly well when somebody sees my earring and says, "Lions, what are the lions?" Here it is. You want to know what the lions are? Close your eyes. What do you see? Now open them. That's what Lions do. Lions Clubs International is worldwide, emphasizes site preservation and blindness prevention. But our motto is we serve. We try and find needs in our community, local community, and meet those needs. Now, isn't that something you'd like to belong to? That's the elevator speech. Now, if they say yes, or they show any indication that they're interested, then you want to follow up. You want to get their name. That's very important if you don't know them already. You also want to get their contact information, their phone number, their email address, that type of thing. You want to give them your information. If you have a club card with your name on it, that's great. If you have your own business card, that's great just as well. You want to give them some club information. When do they meet? Where do they meet? What are some of the things they do? Then here's the key one. Invite them to a meeting, or even better, invite them to a service project that your club might be doing. It doesn't even have to be a service project. If you're doing a cookout, for instance, invite them to come on over. One of the clubs in Fallon, Nevada, has T-shirts that say volunteer on them. Person comes and works with them, they give them a T-shirt. People walk away with this, and oh, that guy got something out of it, and they have brought in 15 or 20 new members that way. So you get their contact information, you invite them to the meeting, and when you do this, you say, instead of saying, maybe I'll see you at the meeting, you say, I'll see you at the meeting. Better yet, how about if, why don't I come and pick you up? Would 6:30 or 7 be better for you? Don't give them a chance to say no. Give them a choice that is not, that's positive. Finally, thank them. It's been great talking to you. I'm looking forward to you coming to our Lions meeting, our Lions function. We're going to have a great time. Now, this idea about closing the eyes and is not original. I have to give credit to past District Governor Art Marsden from Wisconsin for that. We were sitting at a bar at our district convention, and he mentioned that, and I thought it was a great idea and took it from there. In any event, develop your own. You can use that idea of the as a hook of the eyes, or you can develop your own. But work on one so that next time somebody says, that button you're wearing, what's the story on that? What are the Lions? You'll be ready for them. I can't leave without giving you this. Talking about elevators. One elevator is person walked up to an elevator operator and said, how do you like your job? He said, oh, it has its ups and downs. Thank you very much. Bye now.
Okay, what do I?
Welcome back, everybody. Waiting for Ken to come on. While we're waiting for Ken, please think about your questions and start raising your hand.
Yes,
Ken, we're not
please
hearing.
raise your hand and ask a question. Bill, great presentation.
Thank you.
Great presentation. I've got a question. I'll get things started, and hopefully we'll get a bunch more. In developing a Lions 1 minute me introduction, or when answering the who or what are Lions responses, how should we frame our responses to create that logical call to action to either join, visit our meeting, or get involved? Any further suggestions on that?
Yes, what I suggest is once someone shows interest, you've made your pitch, and doesn't that sound like a good idea? And they say yes, or show some positive interest, then, as I say, I will make sure I know their name and their contact information. I make sure they know my name and my contact information. And then I go for the close by inviting them to come to a club function or a club meeting and give them the information on that, and then offer to get them there, pick them up, or meet them, or something where they're kind of forced into, and force is probably a bad word, but they're nudged towards acting positively towards attending a meeting.
Interesting. Now, of course, you've had the opportunity to do a lot of these elevator speeches, as you refer to them. What would you say is the longest one that you would recommend? 30 seconds, a minute and a half, 2 minutes?
Again, it probably depends on what the situation is. If you're standing in line in the grocery and the clerk says, "Oh, I like your earring. What is it?" You can't go into a 2-minute spiel about the lions. You have to be very brief and just talking to the person perhaps later on. On the other hand, if you're at a party and somebody says, "Oh, the lions, what are they?" Then you can take a little longer to do all the different parts I've talked about. Can you hear me? Are we?
Good.
Do we have problems?
Yes.
You can hear
No,
me.
you're
Okay,
doing
good.
fine.
All right, fine then.
Doing fine. Let me see if there are any other questions from Brian or Barbara or Lori.
Lion Patty had a question, but she put her hand down, so I lost her. Does anybody else have a question? Please put up your hand, or there she is. Patty, your hand is up. I have unmuted you. Please ask your question. You've also got to unmute yourself.
I would just like to give a great big lion hug to Lion Bill and Lion Marcia from Williams, Arizona. I'm a former Acton Lions Club member.
Lion Patty.
Williams.
Oh, of course. Yes. And Jerry. Yes.
Yes.
Great to hear from you. That very quickly. My email address is bnewyear@att.net. Email me and we'll get a conversation going again.
Will do. Thank you.
You might want to repeat that, Bill.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any
Bill,
other
you
questions?
might want to repeat your email.
All right, it's B as in Bill, New Year, all small letters, NEWYEAR, at att.net.
No questions.
Lion Brian, do we have any other questions? Barbara?
No,
Lion
I
Barbara?
think that's all the questions.
No questions.
I don't see any questions with their hands up.
EDG Bill, thank you very much for your presentation.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We appreciate it. And one of these days we'll get back together at one of these leadership conferences in person.
Sounds like a winner to me.
Okay, we have a few minutes before our next guest speaker is ready to go, and I'll be turning that over to Lion Lori. Lion Lori, do you have any more trivia questions or anything like that that you'd like to add?
I've got a few more trivia questions if everybody's up for the challenge. The first question is a very easy one, and that is who is the founder of Lions Clubs International?
I'm watching for hands. Oh, Patty Williams has her hand up. Lion Patty, I've unmuted you. Who is the founder?
Melvin Jones.
Absolutely correct. Yay. And this next question is kind of a recap from one of our speakers. What famous woman challenged Lions to be Knights of the Blind in the year 1925?
Richard Liebhaber's hand went up first. Lion Richard, I'm going to unmute you. The rest of you keep your hands up in case he misses. Lion Richard, I've unmuted you, but you're still self-muted. Lion Richard, you are still self-muted. There you go. What's your answer?
Helen Keller.
That's right. All right, we've got some very knowledgeable lions. Thank you very much for your answer. And this one, we're going to go ahead and get a little bit harder now. And what is the name of Lions Global Blindness Prevention Program?
I am watching for hands. Oh, Patty Williams is on the ball again. Lion Patty, I've unmuted you. What's your answer?
Well, it used to be Sight First.
That's the answer that I was looking for.
All right.
Good. We're going to go back to an easier one again. Finish this sentence. The centennial slogan was, where there's a need, there's a what?
Let's see. Lion Ron Gerhart, your hand is up. Lion Ron, I've unmuted you. What is your answer? There you
The
go.
answer is lion.
Absolutely correct. All right, we're on a roll here. I think I'm going to go ahead back to a little bit harder one again. And Lions clubs became international in 1920 by chartering a club in which country?
Janice Wagner had her hand up. Janice, I'm going to unmute you. What is your answer?
Canada.
All right, that's correct. Very good. Bonus points if you can say what the club name was that was chartered in Canada.
Whoops, Janice, raise your hand again. I'll call you back. I just turned you off. I thought we were done. Janice Wagner, where are you? Bonus point for Janice. I got to find her.
Okay, and
Janice, I'm going to unmute you. Janice, you're unmuted.
All right. I think it was, I can't say it now, sorry.
okay, actually, let me make it a little bit easier. What city in Canada was the club formed in?
Toronto. No.
I've got someone with an answer, Lori.
Okay.
Richard Hopkins says Windsor.
Absolutely correct. And we are ready to go ahead and start our next presentation. Let me go ahead and start the introduction, please. Past International Director Carolyn Messier has been a Lion since 1990 and is a member of the Windsor Locks Lions Club. She's held many offices within the association, rising in her leadership roles until she was elected as an international director at the 2011 International Convention. She's received numerous awards for her dedication to serving, from Lions Clubs International, the state of Connecticut, and also received a volunteer service recognition from President Barack Obama for her work with the blind and her service to Lions Clubs International. In January of last year, past international Carolyn and her husband moved from Connecticut to Arizona, where they're really enjoying a much warmer climate and also the beauty of the Southwest. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce our next presenter, past International Director Carolyn Messier.
Lion Carol, you're unmuted. I can see you have your mic on, but why don't you bring up your camera too?
All right. How's that?
There she is.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I have to tell you, I have really enjoyed all of the presentations today. And I'm going to let you know in advance that I've asked Brian to flip the slides as I asked him to, because my Mac and his Windows laptop, they don't get along very well. They're kind of like an old married couple. So he's going to help me out with regard to that. The title of this seminar is Your Kindness, Our Diversity, and the theme this year has been Kindness Matters. And in these days where we are looking at a huge association, 2020 has not been the most peaceful year. It's been rather volatile politically. We have a health crisis going on, and people are really exhausted. But what we have to remember during this whole process is that kindness matters, being kind to other people. Barbara Daly and I conceived this seminar back, several months ago, just out of a conversation about what we were seeing on the news and social media and other areas. And we want to make sure that our Lions are focused on bringing people together. We are the bridge builders that are going to bring partnerships together, bring people together, and in doing so, hold on to our membership. So, Brian, you can go to that next slide, please. Okay. We have 1.4 million Lions in over 200 countries of the world, and none of us are the same. So today we're going to cover the diversity of Lions Clubs International, the impact of social media, positives and negatives, the faces of our members and those we serve, civility and respect for all, that we all have opinions. And again, mentioning 2020, I'll be glad when it's over and we get back to some normalcy. Brian, next slide. When you have 1.4 million members in over 200 countries, no one looks alike, no one dresses alike, no one comes from the same background, and yet there's this common thread that I like to consider as part of a tapestry. Without the differences in our members, without the differences in our projects, without the differences in the service we give, and even in our fundraising, the tapestry might be rather bland. I prefer to look at it as a tapestry of many colors. And that comes from the individuality of the Lions that are part of our organization. In my 30 years as a Lion, and I can't believe it's been 30 years already, and traveling around the world, there's one common thread in that tapestry, and that's that we give really great service to other people. We are the people who reach out and help, and it doesn't matter what people's religions are. It doesn't matter where they come from. If people need service, the Lions are always there. They're first on the scene, and they are the last to leave. And the kindness that they give is worth more than anything else. We are undisputedly the world's largest service organization. And where there are Lions, things get better. They don't get worse, they get better. Life improves, diseases are conquered, medical outreach is possible. We always have that, the research and the grants and the things that help people. And that is our primary go-to. Melvin Jones consulted with the United Nations when they were forming. Why? Because somebody recognized that our organization way back then was the kind of organization that could implement what Lions have been doing for years and assist the United Nations in their formation. We're non-political, we're not religiously oriented, and yet many things have changed since our formation. If you think back to 1917, our members were all white men. There were no women, there were no blacks, there were no Asians. In the early formation, it was just a consolidated group of businessmen. But things have changed, and that's the good thing. Brian, next slide, please. We have one heart and many faces. And our heart is what gives out our service. Our heart is what reaches out to other people. Our heart is what makes us come up with new ideas as to how to serve our communities. It's our heartstrings that get pulled when we see someone in need and we want to help. I don't know of a lion anywhere who doesn't feel that same pull when there's a need in the community. And it doesn't matter if it's food baskets or shelters or children's eye screenings, or it could be just helping somebody needy, picking up the trash on the side of the road, because that too is a kindness. And all of our faces and all of our diversity come together to come up with the most unique projects that we can do. And you heard Jody this morning talking about the variety of service projects that are available just from people's ideas. And when people listen to each other, we can do more and we can spread that kindness throughout the world. Our goals are service. We always are, that's right up there at the top. But leadership development helps us to provide more service. It's not just a selfish thing. It helps us to provide more service to the people around us, because without leaders and the chairpersons of those committees, those projects sometimes fail. So we start with leadership development. We reach out to the community. We use our hearts, and we partner also with other people, other foundations, other clubs. And in reaching out that way, sometimes we pick up new members, and sometimes we just strengthen our position in the community. That all being said, without our members and without one beating heart, nothing would be accomplished. Brian, next slide, please. Our members are diverse. They come from different races. They have different religions, and some of them are atheists. They are male and female. The cultural norms and the regional, I want to say, what dictates what you do in your club worldwide are different. We have clubs that are special needs, languages that are different. We have the LGBTQ community, and they are lions. We have politics, we have economics, we have club habits and attire. Coming to Arizona after being in Connecticut, I found out that jackets and ties for the men and business attire for the women to go to a Lions Club meeting, not so important. More casual here in the Southwest. So even though we're doing the similar things, our cultural norms are different. Of course, when I say that, Norm thinks that the culture is all about him, and I have to push that aside for a little bit. But what we really need to learn to understand each other. We need to listen, and we need to keep in mind, even in the way we structure our club meetings, that perhaps you have people in the meeting that are not religious. Maybe the club prayer is not as relevant. Maybe it should be the thought of the day to encompass anyone with any type of religion or non-religion. Maybe the song does not have to be patriotic. Take Me Out to the Ball Game is a really good song to get a club revved up. We don't always have to do what's been done since 1917. We need to think about what it is that drives our members to come to the meetings and to continue to participate. We have members with special needs. Those members might be hard of hearing. They might be visually impaired. We need to consider that when you hold a meeting, to make sure that they're able to equally participate in what's going on. Languages are different. And God knows I know English and I don't know all the other languages. But we can get together and we can find a common ground. Politics come into play. We're not political. However, Inviting politicians to your Lions Club meeting, as long as you're not favoring one side or the other, is a great way for the town to connect with the Lions. And it's a great way for the Lions to understand what's going on in the community. Not a bad thing. Economics are different. If you are in Europe and there's a service project coming up, they will tell you all about the service project, and then everybody writes out a check, hands it to the treasurer, and the service project, the cost of it is done. Here in the United States, that's different. We have blue collar workers. We have people that cannot do that. So we have far more fundraisers than other Lions clubs in more wealthier areas. And that's not a bad thing, because it brings people together for a common cause. And it allows us to raise the money and know where it's going to. And you can do that even now with Campaign 100. It's very easy to come up with some kind of a fundraiser and then put it to something that's very important. Our club habits are different. Tail twisting things are different. And again, I mentioned the attire. People dress differently all around the world and even across the United States. Next slide, please, Brian. Brian, next slide. There we go. Okay. So one of the things that helps us to offer kindness is getting to know your members. A lot of times a member will join the Lions Club and we don't know anything about their background. We know that they're adults and we know that they are willing to join, but we don't know what their talents are. We don't know what they've done in the past. They certainly don't come to us as infants without any basis of knowledge. And so in getting to know your members and getting to know what they've been involved with in their past life allows you to steer them in the direction of an area in your club where people may need some assistance. I know that we often get accountants that end up doing treasury work, and yet I hear from them that they do accounting all day long and they really don't want to be the treasurer when they go to the Lions Club meeting. They'd rather do something else, and they have other talents. So knowing the talents that they carry with them, their lifelong talents, allows us to integrate them better into our clubs and into our community. Also, the knowledge of how much Lions experience they've had. Some are brand new, never had any experience at all, and they come into our clubs and we expect them to sort of know what's going on. Well, that's not always the case. However, you have people like Norm and I who have just come from Connecticut to Arizona, and we have a lot of background in Lions experience, and especially from our travels and coming from Connecticut and knowing the things we know and we love to share. So we have to begin the art of listening to our members, asking them what they've done with their lives. How are they coming to us so we can learn about them and grow their participation in our Lions Club. The more we know, the stronger that member is going to be and more we can hang on to them. Brian, next slide. On the news, on cable, on social media, everywhere you see people posting. Sometimes they're wonderful, positive posts. A lot of them start my day with a laugh and a giggle, and I have my coffee and I just enjoy reading them. And some are so very negative that I wonder sometimes why I even turn on Facebook or anything else. We have to be cautious about that. We need to, again, respect people's opinions. This election that we're going through, or we've just gone through, people have opinions and strong opinions about who they wanted for president, and that's okay. That is perfectly okay, but you don't denigrate someone if they don't agree with you. So those types of things, as Lions, we do not want to be the face of somebody who's putting negativity out. We want to continue to be positive. We want everyone to know that our association is a positive one, that they can come to us and it's a safe haven. It's a place where they can go and have social get-togethers, laugh, have fun, participate in a meeting, participate in our projects for the year, not to come and fight. I have to tell you a little story. When I was district governor, I got a call one night from one of my zone chairmen, and there had been a big looming thing about the way to recycle certain things in their community. And apparently the conversation took up at the Lions Club meeting, and there was a fist fight. Now, the last thing you want to get a call on from your zone chairman is, by the way, Governor, there was a bad fist fight at the Lions Club meeting last night over a discussion with the town, and it's probably going to be the headline in tomorrow morning's paper. Well, fortunately, it didn't hit the Hartford Courant, it hit the local newspaper, and we were able to resolve it rather quickly. But that's not the PR we want as Lions. We do not want to have things like that occur, and certainly not carry over from political discussions or anything like that into our association. So it's just, I'm giving you all a friendly reminder to just think before you post and try not to offend people. And sometimes that in itself may seem difficult. And if that's the case, then don't post. Just don't post anything at all, or do it privately. Live streaming has become a way of life for us in this COVID time. So a lot of us are on Zoom and GoToMeeting and participating in that way. We've been able to keep together, and I haven't seen any Zoom meetings that haven't been positive and upbeat, or the GoToMeeting format that occurs. People are still trying to get together, and they're trying very hard to connect with people. And why? Because kindness does matter, and being kind to people is what we're just all about. Brian, next slide. We are the face of Lions International. Every time we put on our pin, and Bill New Year remarked on his earring, it recognizes that we are part of an international association. It is so important. First impressions make an impact. 1917 versus 2020, the times have changed. Clubs have changed. Club customs have changed. Perception is reality. And the golden rule about, my mom used to say, don't do unto anybody else what you don't want them to do unto you. Respect and kindness. I can't stress that enough. We need to just remind ourselves on a very regular basis. You might want to also look at some of the traditions that you're doing in your club and see how it impacts. I went to a Lions Club meeting just before COVID, and a new member came to the meeting, and when we did the 4-point opening, she said, oh, this is just like being in church. And she didn't like that a whole lot. She wanted to not have it be religious. Well, the customs of the club are that they say a prayer. So my thought is that you, again, either do a neutral prayer or you do a thought for the day, something positive that people can take home with them, and it will make all the difference. Brian, next slide. Yes. I want to read to you something that was sent to me, and it was written right after 9/11, and I think it's really appropriate for this format to be able to put together some of the things I talked about today. And it reads like this: 9/11, 2001, As the soot and dirt and ash rained down, we became one color. As we carried each other down the stairs of burning building, we became one class. As we lit candles of waiting and hope, we became one generation. As the firefighters and police officers fought their way into the inferno, we became one gender. As we fell to our knees in prayers for strength, we became one faith. As we whispered or shouted words of encouragement, we spoke one language. As we gave our blood in lines a mile long, we became one body. As we mourned together the great loss, we became one family. As we cried tears of grief and loss, we became one soul. As we retold with pride the sacrifice of heroes, we became one people. We are one color, one class, one generation, one gender, one faith, one language, one body, one family, one soul, one people. We are the power of one. We are united. We are America, and we are Lions. Thank you for giving me the time today to talk to you and be part of today's whole seminar. It was just wonderful. And I thank you for having me participate. If we have any questions, I'm going to leave that to Brian and to Barbara.
If there are any questions, please raise your hand or submit them to Barbara and we will call on you.
Okay, we got a question. Lion Bobby Ravenkamp would like you to post that poem you just read.
I'd be glad to do that.
Great, thank you.
Looking for other hands or other questions? So far, I am seeing no hands.
And no questions. There's probably formulating in their brain. Hopefully.
Right. Barbara, I want to thank you for having that conversation with me several months ago to do this. This was fun.
It was much needed, and you explained it much nicer than I would have. Lion Billy Watt said, wonderful presentation.
Great.
And we need to let our audience know that all of these will be up on YouTube as soon as Brian puts it out there for everyone to share with their club members and at a club meeting. So think about that. Thank you.
Lion Alan Lundgren has a question, and I am unmuting you, Alan, but you're still muted. So Alan, please unmute. There you go. Alan, what's your question?
Carolyn, outstanding. Outstanding.
Thank you.
Was that your question, Alan? I guess so.
He wants to know what time cocktail hour is.
Any other questions? I'm looking for hands or for messages to Barb. We'll give you a few more seconds, like 15. Please formulate your questions. And we've got a couple of more great presentations coming up. And be thinking about questions as they're talking. Write them down or make a note to yourself so you don't forget your amazing questions. Well, it's been about 20 seconds. I've seen no questions yet. Lion Barb?
No questions yet.
Back to you, Lion Lori, then.
I want to take this time to thank past International Director Carolyn for your very, very inspirational presentation. We look forward to hearing from you again.
Thanks, Lori.
Since there's no further questions, instead of a piece of trivia question, I want to give a little bit of trivia about something that you may not know that a Lions Club did years ago. Did you know that the Detroit Lions Club gave Stevie Wonder a set of drums when he was 6 years old. And the Lions Club was a community organization. They presented Stevie with a real drum kit as a Christmas gift. He practiced the drums every day. He would play his harmonica and then he would play the drums. He began to play parts of songs that he remembered from listening to the radio. As time went on, his accomplishments grew. He moved to the piano and became the world famous Stevie Wonder that we know of. You probably didn't realize that some of the impacts that Lions can make on an individual. He's a very famous example of an impact that we can make. However, we can make impact on all walks of life with our people, with our fellow Lions, and with our communities. So please keep up the good work. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and ask past District Governor Ken Leha, since we still have a few more minutes, if he's got some trivia questions that he might like to throw out to our audience. Lion Ken, can you come back on?
Who's making that noise? Is that your noise, Laura?
Yes, that's me. Sorry. I'll turn my phone off, so if you're texting me, you're not going to get an answer from me for a while. Okay, I think past District Governor Ken may have stepped away. Lion Brian, do you have any other information that you want to share about where the information is going to be posted?
It'll be on YouTube. I've got it downloaded. It won't be till tomorrow at least, maybe later, because I've got to download it, then I've got to upload it. So it will take some time. And it will be 1 6-hour or 5-hour video.
Just let everyone know, Lori, that it'll probably be Monday because Brian's going to need a bit of rest after today and after all this week. Okay.
All right. And is it going to be available on the multiple district website or just on YouTube?
As I said, it's on YouTube. I may try to make a link on the website, but I'll put somewhere in there under the members resource area a link to our YouTube channel. Remember, I've got a whole bunch of videos that have to load up from the soon to be extinct Lions Learning channel. They're going to go to YouTube. So I've got a lot of loading to do for YouTube. So some patience is requested, please.
All right, thank you very much. And since we still have some more time, I do have a couple more questions, and they're trivia questions. Let me go ahead and throw out an easy question. It's a true or false question. Many of the eye banks around the world were founded by Lions. Is that statement true or false?
Patty Williams, your hand is up. I've unmuted you. Nope, Patty, you muted yourself again, Patty.
True.
Absolutely correct. We are known for our vision work, and eye banks are one of our very important works that we do in vision. Another easy one. Which former president of the United States has been an active Lion for many, many years?
I'm looking for hands. And by the way, what interest do eye banks pay? Do we know? Lion Teresa Moresco is here, and I'm going to unmute you, Lion Teresa. Go ahead and tell us your answer.
Jimmy Carter.
That's correct. All right, you get a high five. And
okay, also Gwen McMichael wrote Jimmy Carter too, so she gets a high five too.
All right, double high fives. And this is one we talked about the past, the present, and the future of Lions. So this question has to do with all three of those. What is the name of the youth program that Lions has launched to encourage young people to serve their communities?
I'm looking for hands. Don't have a hand yet.
The key word in the question is youth program.
I might have a guess, but I don't see any hands up yet. John Walk.
Lion Richard Hopkins said Leo.
That's absolutely correct. They were launched in, I believe it was 1959, I think, and they've been a part of our past. They're part of our present right now, and they're going to be our future Lions leaders. Thank you very much for all of the answers. Past District Governor Tom, do you have anything else that you'd like to add?
Lion Lori, let's go ahead and start for our next presentation, Past International Director Jack Epperson.
All right. I'll go ahead and get started then. Past International Director Jack Epperson is a member of the Dayton Valley Lions Club in Nevada and is also a progressive Melvin Jones Fellow. He's held many offices within our association. He is currently a board member of Lions Insight of California and Nevada and is also chairman of the Nevada Prison Eyeglass Recycling Project, a program that he initiated. In recognition of his service to the association, he's received numerous awards, including Lion of the Year, District Governor Excellence Award, Membership Key Awards, International Leadership Award, and the International President's Award and Ambassador of Goodwill. In addition to all of his Lions activities, Director Epperson is active in numerous professional and community organizations. It's my very distinct pleasure to introduce our next presenter, Past International Director Jack Epperson.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Past International Director Jack Epperson from District 46, sometimes referred to as District 21 West. And it's my pleasure to speak with you today regarding something that I was not aware of when I became a Lion, and that's the organization of our association. Like many of you, I never had a orientation when I became a Lion. I'm going to turn off my webcam so you can see the entire presentation here. And I'm going to have to talk quickly as well because we have a very limited amount of time. And unfortunately, I don't think we'll have time for questions at the end. So let me turn off my webcam. There, that should do it. So we'll reacquaint ourselves with the Lions organization. I think you may learn some things you didn't know anyway. And when we get to the headquarters level, we'll discuss that question that comes up from time to time, which is, what does an international director do? So let's get started. We have a member in our district who has never been a club officer, never will be a club officer, but he participates in most of the fundraisers, service projects. He attends district functions as well, and he wears a shirt. And the initials DPM are on the shirt. And invariably, someone will say, Ken, what's a DPM? And he says, I'm the most important person in the club. Without me, nothing would be accomplished. I'm a dues-paying member. Well, you think about that, in many regards, he's correct. But on the other hand, can you imagine a club composed of nothing but DPMs? How would any projects ever be accomplished? And on the other hand, what if a club had nothing but leaders? How would anything be accomplished? Now, certainly they could be if the leaders were also workers. So we all have a role within this association based upon our skills, our desires, our growth needs, and that helps define where we fit within the organization itself. Now, when we think about an organization, typically you think of the typical wiring diagram that you see with corporations. We're simplifying it in this case, and we're organizing it by importance of levels of the organization, with the most important level of the organization on top, and that is the club. Of all the levels of the organization, the club is the only element that actually fulfills the mission of our association, namely to provide service to our communities. And the club is led by a club president who was elected by the membership. And then clubs are supported by their zone chairpersons. And you notice the zone is the first of all the levels of this association, whose function it is to ensure that the clubs have the resources, the training, all that is needed, the advice to ensure the success of the club in performing their mission. Now, a zone chair is typically appointed by the district governor-elect. Some zones, such as MD-19, which is Washington State, Western Idaho, parts of British Columbia, elect their zone chairs. And I asked, do you always have candidates for zone chairs? And they said yes, and they've been doing it for years. And very enviable when those of us who have been district governors have tried to recruit zone chairs and have often had difficulty doing so. Now, zones may also be elements of regions. Now, that's optional. The region chair is also appointed by the governor-elect, or in the case of MD-19 and similar, are elected. In the case of Nevada, which is the entire state of Nevada, a single district, regions are very important for us, just because of the need to support the zones that are spread out through such a large geographic area. And then there's the district. Now, the district, of course, is led by the district governor, who's elected by the membership at the annual convention of the district, and has a large contingent of helpers known as the cabinet. Now, the cabinet includes the zone chair and the region chair, chairs of special committees. Some of the members of the district cabinet are non-voting members. For example, the GAT members, the LCIF coordinator, are non-voting members of the district cabinet, but nevertheless members themselves. Now, districts then are parts of multiple districts with a few exceptions, Nevada being one, which is known as a single district. But in most cases, parts of a multiple district run by a council chairperson. Now, the council chairperson is elected, and according to the bylaws of the multiple district, the method changes in several ways. It can be elected from the current district governors. Can be the current district governors in immediate past. It can be any past district governor for the last 5 years, or the last district governors forever. In some cases, they're rotated. And if you have aspirations to become a council chair, you need to do reverse mathematics to figure out when to run for vice district governor to ensure that at the time you become district governor, you are then eligible to become the council chair when your district comes into rotation. Now, after this, some people think that constitutional areas would be the next level of the organization. That's actually not part of the formal organization, but it's very important for committees such as the Global Action Team or Campaign 100. And it's certainly very important in terms of determining international directors. So the bottom level of the organization is the officers and the board. I always say this is the most unenviable position because these people work for everyone. And it's run by the international president who's elected at the international convention. I presented this concept in 2014 when I was at a candidates function. That was the year that Joe Preston was coming in as president, and he remarked, "I'm looking forward to ascending all the way to the bottom." So there are several opportunities for us in each of the elements of the organization, predominantly the club. Now, if you look at the opportunities within the club, it relates to the work that the club performs, namely providing service to those within our communities. That's where the workers are. That's where those who organize the events are. And that's where those who lead the events would be. And notice that the organizer and leader may not be the same person. We focus on strengths. We know our strengths. We know what we desire to do in terms of enhancing our capabilities and strengths. And we can make our selections in terms of where we belong within each of the levels of the organization based upon our skills and desires. Now, we're not going to go into detail on any of these. I know PDG Tom Price will be discussing some of that at a later time in this institute. But you can see that except for the zone chair and the region chair, they are all leadership type of positions once you get above the club level. And it's really up to you and your goals as to which particular areas and levels are best suited to your needs. So when considering where do I want to spend my time as a member of this association, there are certain considerations. What are your goals? You know, when you became a Lion, you became aware of the fact that there are opportunities for you to develop your skills, ways that you couldn't do in a corporation very easily, particularly take on management of a project when you're a newcomer. But also, what are the needs of the district and the club itself? Where can I help? Where can I apply my strength to best help this club be successful in fulfilling its mission? And then listen to the advice of your mentors. They know you, they know your desires, they know your goals. You know, take their advice in terms of those types of positions that you would find beneficial for your development, and then attend training, which is provided at no cost to you as a Lion. Now, once we got to the bottom level of the organization, we got to those who occupy their time at headquarters, or at least a portion of their time at headquarters. Those of us who attended the International Convention in Chicago, the Centennial Convention, had the opportunity to take a tour of the newly renovated headquarters building and discovered several things in that tour. For example, there's over 200 staff members there. And if you look at the divisions within headquarters, they are almost identical to the committees of the International Board, which we'll be describing in a few moments. So if we were doing this presentation live, I would take a poll at this time and ask, how many international directors are there? So give some thought to this. Are there 24, 25, 34, or 35? Well, if you said 34 or 35, you're both correct. See, recently, Africa was added as a constitutional area and included one new international director. And that director was to be voted upon at the International Convention in Singapore. Well, as you know, the Singapore Convention never occurred. So today, the number of international directors remains at 34. The 35th director will now be voted upon at the International Convention in Montreal. So here are the constitutional areas that I was referring to. And the number of directors are based upon membership in the constitutional areas. And these numbers are reevaluated on a regular basis by your board and redistributed based upon membership trends. When I became a director in 2014, there were 14 directors from the United States and its affiliates. Based upon declining membership, 3 of those directors were reallocated to constitutional areas 5 and 6. That's all the more reason to pay close attention to the NAMI initiative to help us in North America with our membership issues. We do not want our membership allocation to decrease any more than it has been. So Constitutional Area 1, US and affiliates, affiliates would be things such as the English-speaking islands of the Caribbean. Canada is Canada, Latin America is Mexico South, Europe is Europe, OCEAL, Orient, Southeast Asia, the Sami, India, South Asia, Middle East. ANZI is Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia. Africa is Africa. Directors are elected to 2-year terms. So half of the directors are elected each year. Now, when you think about a board meeting, typically you think of a number of directors sitting around a large table in a room. Well, Lions are a little different. Our board meetings are large. I don't have a picture of the entire room here. These are simply segments of the room that is used for the international board meetings. They occur basically 3 times a year. You can see in most cases, we're looking at second-year directors here. First-year directors would be further back in the picture, kind of like the UN. You see that there are headphones for each of the members. You can listen to translations because there are translation booths in the back of the room. The first section, first general session, is very large. The international president can invite guests, and indeed does every time. So in addition to the executive officers and the international directors and the board appointees, they could include past presidents, spouses, certain host committee members, local officials, and so on, in excess, well, I haven't counted, but probably about 200 people. But the majority of your time is spent working with your committees. Every international director is assigned to at least one committee, typically headed by a second-year director. And you spend a lot of time working with your committees, such that you often don't see the light of day. The translators are there to help within the committees as necessary. And the translators are also used for spouse activities, because while the directors are in these meetings, the spouses are off on their own activities as well. So these are the divisions, the board committees. At the last day of committee meetings, a committee report is prepared. And now that report is distributed by iPad. It used to be the hard copies of the reports were shoved under your hotel room door, and you spent the evening reading through these reports. Well, we still spend the evening reading through reports, but it's much more convenient today where you use the iPad. The next morning is an informal session meeting of the board where the reports and most specifically the resolutions by the committees are questioned and clarifications are given on those as well. And revisions are made to these reports because in the afternoon, generally after lunch, then the formal final meeting of the general board occurs. And the resolutions are voted upon and incorporated into the board policy manual or prepared for voting by the membership at the International Convention in terms of constitutional amendments. Now, how do I get information about what occurs during board meetings? Well, you may recall that the Lions magazine prints the executive summary of board meetings, generally the last page of the Lions magazine, but these summaries are published oftentimes many months after completion of the board meeting itself. That information should be available earlier. If you have to wait for reading the Lions magazine, it is old information by the time you finally have the opportunity to read it. But you do have the opportunity to read it almost immediately upon completion of the meeting. And that is by going to the Lions website. In the search box, enter the term executive summary dash the month of the board meeting and the year. And it should be within a week of the completion of the board meeting. You'll have that same executive summary report that's published in the Lions magazine, and you'll have it almost immediately. The other item is the board policy manual. This is also available to you. It's a very thick manual. Through the Lions website, type in the terms board policy manual. It's organized also generally by committees, but with with other chapters as well. And you'll find information there that even if you've been a Lion for 40 or 50 years, you didn't know existed. It's a great resource to go to get clarifications. Do you want to know, for example, in a committee, I was on the Constitution and Bylaws Committee, and we labored over this issue of, can you admit a member who had been convicted of a crime of moral turpitude? Well, we discussed this at length with other board members, and we've become victimized by our own success in that you have so many different cultures in terms of the board leaders that with regard to this situation, many say, hey, you deserve a second chance. You've served your time. You're a model citizen. Yeah, become a Lion. Others say, no, they've lost face. They cannot become a Lion. So the board policy manual actually has the answers to those questions. If you're a new club officer, if you're the new club president, after you've read your constitution and bylaws, if you can find them, go to the board policy manual and read the section on obligations of clubs. There's 12 listed. You may be surprised at what your obligations are that are not included in your constitution and bylaws. It also has lists of club awards you may not be familiar with. If you're at the district or MD level, there's a section on district officers and organization. You might even find areas that you're entitled to reimbursement you weren't familiar with. Go to legal section on definitions of pages of definitions of legal terms within our association. So many opportunities to find more information outside the corporate the constitution and bylaws for the association. So, and then finally, international directors spend their times visiting as official international representatives at district and multiple district functions. District governor-elects are trained in terms of preparing a speaker request notification form. Every district, multiple district, is entitled to one international representative per year. A sitting director is required if available. If not, then you can request any past international director or executive officer. Okay, we had to go through this very quickly, unfortunately. There's much more information that could have been shared. I appreciate your attention. If there are questions, you can ask. I know that MD21 has several past international directors and a past international president that can respond to your questions. I would be glad to do that as well. My email address is there. Kindly feel free to contact me and I'd be pleased to answer your questions. Thank you again for your attention. I hope this was helpful.
Thank you very much, past International Director Jack Epperson. Do we have any questions?
I don't know. I don't see Jack available to answer the questions yet.
I am here, Brian.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, he's under Marcia's.
I'm under Marcia.
Marcia.
Right.
Let me see here. Any quick questions for PID Jack? Any quick questions? Marcia, you've changed. Any quick questions? Either write them in for Barb very quickly or put your hand up. Maybe Barb might have one.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I see no questions.
I guess you covered all that.
I think you were very thorough. You did a nice job. I don't see anybody raising their hand. If you have a question, please raise your hand. You have just a moment here. Or two.
Well, that's because Jack covered everything so good. There's no questions to ask right now.
Wonderful.
Put your
Actually,
thinking caps on.
I do see a question mark under Lion Mary Mitchell.
No,
That was responding to something
that's
else.
okay.
Okay.
I have no one raising their hand.
251 participants.
I've got nobody raising their hands. Anybody? I'm getting some background noise though here.
Oh, shoot. No, he ain't supposed to be able to hear me.
If there's no
Maybe
other,
coming from yours, Marcia, or yeah,
Oh,
right,
I
Jack.
don't think it's coming from here, Brian.
Okay, Sally Shears has her hand up. Lion Sally, I've unmuted you. You're self-muted. Please unmute yourself quickly and ask your question. Sally Shears, you are self-muted. Please unmute yourself quickly and ask your question. Sally, I've tried to unmute you. You are still muted. I'm just going to give you one more moment and then I'm going to move on. I am remuting you, Sally, and I thank you. Are there any other questions?
since there's no other questions, I'd like to take this time to thank you very much, Past International Director Jack, for your very informative presentation.
You're welcome.
And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Past District Governor Ken Leah if he's back on. If not, then Past District Governor Tom, would you like to take the reins again?
I have one question that just came up. Don't go away. Don't go away, Jack. It says, what's the qualifications for a good international director?
You're muted. You're still muted, Bill or Jack.
Marcia or Jack?
I thought I was Marcia today. A good international director, first of all, is knowledge. Knowledge of the association, knowledge of the mission of our association, and showing that you subscribe to that. Secondly, skills, presentation skills. As I mentioned, that the majority of your time as a director is not spent at board meetings. It's spent with the membership at mostly multiple district conventions, and the ability to communicate, to effectively get your point across to the members is a key skill that's required. The other is the ability to work with people from different cultures. Now, PID Carolyn Messier gave a wonderful presentation about that very issue. I mentioned in the presentation that we've been by our own success. We have so many different cultures to work with that we need to learn how to effectively work with people from other areas with perhaps significantly different viewpoints than we hold. And I would say that those are the primary characteristics that are important.
Are there any other questions? Somebody would like to know if your slides will be available.
Certainly. Did I send them to you, Brian?
They sent me an email.
Do I send the slides to you, though?
You can. You can do that. And I'll put them. Yeah, go ahead and do that if you like. That'd be good.
Okay. All right.
Send them to Brian and Tom.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Any other questions?
I don't see any coming up.
I have none either.
Well, thank you very much, BID Jack. That's a good overall review of what the Lions organization is. And thanks again.
Welcome.
Thank you, Marcia.
Okay. I do not believe Ken is back. If you are, please speak up. All right. At this point in time, it gives me great honor and pleasure to introduce Dr. TJ Johnson. Some Lions leaders have energy, enthusiasm, and an engaging personality. Our next speaker has all three in a logarithmic proportions. She is former Assistant United States Attorney, in-house counsel for Hewlett-Packard, and 5th District Court of Appeals briefing attorney. She holds a doctorate in counseling, and her corporate and professional experiences run the gamut of scholastic and community involvement. As a trained and passionate life executive coach and trainer, she focuses on transformative action for long-term success in both personal and professional growth. Her subject today is an awesome concept for all Lions entitled The Power of One Awesome Lion. Here's Dr. TJ Johnson.
Okay. Brian, am I on? Am I here?
I'm hearing you. I don't see you, but I'm hearing you and I see your show.
Uh-oh, okay. Well, maybe you don't need to see me. Let me see, how do I fix that?
Find your camera.
I did, I'm pressing it, nothing's happening.
It might take a second. You click it once and it should turn green. There, I think you're coming up. I see a black space. Oh, no, it went away.
Don't keep clicking it.
Keep clicking it?
No,
No.
don't.
Oh, okay.
Click it once and it will show it's going to be coming up. There's a little delay.
Oh, I see.
Okay, it's not coming up. Do one more click.
I think I can help you. Try that. Oh, might have sent you a request. You know, you were coming up and you went away again.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I sent you a request. Go ahead and put up your camera if you like.
They share my webcam. Is that what I need to press?
The one that's the camera. Yes, ma'am. If not, that's okay. Don't worry about it. We're not seeing your camera, but we got your slideshow. I'll send you one more request. You got to click your camera button one time. Or just go without it. You're fine without it.
Well, it says your webcam is already in use. Maybe I've done
Then
something.
don't worry about it. Just go ahead and go without it.
Okay, I tell you what, let me try
ready.
one other thing.
Now we're seeing your slideshow, not your presentation. We are seeing your slideshow, not your presentation.
Okay, I just tried to fix that camera business, but okay.
But we lost your slideshow or your presentation. We're just, yeah, you got to restart your show.
It's coming. It's coming. Hang on. Okay. Well, I'm gonna rock and roll, and maybe by the grace of God, it'll pop up somewhere, right? Click share. Okay.
Oh, we just lost your slideshow again. Now we're seeing your program. There's the show. Good.
Oh boy. Okay. Here we go. Maybe I'll pop up there sometime somewhere.
Don't worry about popping
Today.
up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So don't worry about popping up. Just go with your show.
Okay, I'm trying to. I did want to share one thing with you all. Thanks so much for that introduction. That was Tom, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, anyway, I wanted to share with you one thing that I'm particularly proud of in my world of Lionism, and that is a certificate of appreciation from the international president, 2015, 2016. That was Dr. Jitsuhiro Yamada, and that was facilitated by my then PDG, Kathleen Tyre, when I was her chaplain for the district. She has now since passed, but I wanted to honor her in that way, to share that with you, if you don't mind. I appreciate that. But let me just tell you that today I want to visit with you about the power of one awesome lion. I want to share with you some thoughts and some strategies for powerful leadership. That is my focus for this presentation. It is all about leadership. So at the end of this day, at the end of this session we have together, I want you to be able to focus a little bit on how you define leadership. And I want to give you some ways of thinking about it. I want to have you spend some time thinking about powerful leadership, not just leadership, but how powerful can your leadership be in causing your club to be a powerful club, as well as our organization to be a powerful organization. Thoughts and strategies for practical application. Now, so if the big question is one awesome leader, who is an awesome leader? At the end of this presentation, I want us all together to be able to answer that question without hesitation. Is that all right? If it is, just give me a yes in the chat. All right. Now, in order for us to think and talk about what is an awesome leader, one awesome leader, we have to talk first about what would be an awesome organization. We know what an awesome organization is, and we should know that Lions is an awesome organization. My goodness, 47,000 Lions clubs, more than 47,000 Lions clubs in more than 206 countries and areas, more than 1 million club members. And by the way, let me just make this note. The heart of the organization is service. That's the collective heart that we all share together. It's a commitment to service. And the lifeblood of the organization, if you didn't know before, I know you know it now, it is membership. That is the lifeblood of the organization. So we have a vision that we share, gives us the heart for service. And the only way we can maintain and achieve that vision and that purpose and that mission is through the membership. It is the lifeblood. And the soul of the organization, of course, is a community of like-hearted members committed to servicing the needs of our world and its people. If you agree with me, just type a yes in that chat. All right. I'm going to share with you what I know and what I've learned and what I've been trained to think about in terms of leadership. That is by way of my I am a certified teacher, trainer, coach, and speaker for Ziglar. Part of the reason why I reached for Ziglar is because I love the way Mr. Zig Ziglar talked to us about how to grow ourselves and develop ourselves and others. Mr. Ziglar was a top motivational and inspirational speaker. In this particular program, what we learned and what I've learned in working both with businesses, for-profit businesses and nonprofit, what I've learned is that those principles can be applied both ways. So today I decided to share some of those with you as we think about our organization and how we want it to be an awesome organization and unique and set apart from all of the similar ones. Top Performance says how to develop excellence, not only in others, but in yourself and others. And all of that toward producing successful leaders. So what we have learned is the concepts, the challenges for businesses are pretty similar to the challenges that we have in our organizations, pretty similar. First of all, Mr. Ziglar tells us that you don't build a business, you build people. You build people, then the people will build the business. I love that, and I think it's appropriate to our organization as well. Is if we can get the mindset to focus on the people who join us, the people who step across the threshold of Lionism to say, I want to be with you all. I want to do what you do. I want to serve like you serve. If we can take those people, match up our vision with their vision, their goals, personal goals with the goals of the organization, everybody grows, right? So the first thing we think about is how to define leadership. Oh my goodness, if you just wanted to look at some books about leadership, I think you would agree with me. You could just buy Barnes and Nobles out, starting with John Maxwell's books. You can find all the books you want on leadership. But it's important that you think for yourself about, how do I think about, what does leadership mean to me? I can tell you, for me, leaders are everyday heroes. Leaders are the people who step up and step out. We have had that right in our existence, as we have seen of late with our first responders. They are the people who step up and they step out. The people in Lions are the people who step up and step out. They're the heroes every day because they're focused on others, not themselves necessarily. Leaders are people of influence. Let me tell you what that means to me. For me, your circle of influence is up and down, left and right. Those are the people in your circle who you look to. If they're people you report to, you look to them, you look at them and how they handle situations. What kind of leaders are they? And if they're people that you influence, those are the people that you supervise. You want to be careful and cognizant and attentive of how you come across to them, because you're teaching them how to be powerful leaders. And the same thing with the people who work around you, the parallel people, your peers, right? That's your circle of influence. And I'm going to hit that every once in a while, but I want you to think about, what do you learn from the people you report to, the people who report to you, and the people who are your peers, right? Leaders inspire a shared vision. What is our shared vision? It is service. It is a heart for service. It is a commitment to service. And we recognize that all those who cross the threshold of Lionism with us, they share that vision. That's how I see leadership. So I think we have to talk and think about, what type of leader are you? What type of leader do you want to be, right? First of all, we have in our concept, we define a leaning leader. And I know you know what I'm talking about. Those are the people who get the title leader. In other words, in the clubs, we may say, Sally, I think you would make a good chair for this particular committee. Come on over here and be a chair. Suddenly she has the title and the position. A leaning leader. You're the leader because you have the title and the position. And so you find yourself as a new leader. Wait for me, guys, I'm your leader. And only leader because we say, well, why are you the leader? And this gentleman says to us, I'm the leader because that guy told me I am. So, and he told you I am. So I am the leader, right? A learning leader is a person who becomes an effective leader. Maybe we start at the beginning as a leaning leader because we got the assignment. But now when we reach this point, we have learned some things, either through experience or through training, but we are open to learning. We're ready to learn. We want to know more about how to be a more effective leader. And so the emphasis is placed on building up not only my skills, but also the team skills. Mr. Ziegler says, if you are not willing to learn, no one can help you. But he says, if you are determined to learn, no one can stop you. So we want to encourage our young leaders, our leaning leaders, to be open and ready to learn, because we have the opportunity, we have the resources, we have the impetus to help them learn and grow into the kind of awesome and powerful leaders we know they can be, right? What type of leader are you? Top performance leaders, we say those are the ones who emphasize positive results from the team. They emphasize deadlines, make sure the deadlines are getting met, that the production quotas are being surpassed. People are happier, they say, and accomplish more. But are we paying attention to not just the results that we want to get, but the people who are there as our leaders, as our team members, who help us get there? Remember, we want to build people. We will get the business built, but we got to build the people first, right? I love what Mr. Dwight Eisenhower said about leadership. And you watch this, it's kind of subtle, but it's pretty direct. Leadership is the art of getting someone else to do something that you want done because he wants to do it. Don't miss that now. That's an important concept there, because he wants to do it. What does that mean? I interpret that to mean that somewhere along the way, as we have talked and connected with each other and understand each other, the vision is shared. It overlaps because now maybe he's embraced my vision as a leader. Maybe he's embraced the vision of the club, right? As our collective leadership. And so now that person, that member is on board because he wants to do what we've decided or what we've said we want to get accomplished. What type of leader are you? Are you a people building leader? People building leaders, they put on building the most important asset of the business or of the organization, and that's the people involved. That's where the emphasis is. They really want to develop awesome teams, powerful team members, because if the team members are awesome and powerful and growing, then so goes the club, so goes the leadership, right? And then finally, there's the difference makers. That's where we all are. These leaders are known as people of influence. They're respected and received as persons of influence. You want them in your circle of influence because you want to watch them learn and grow, right? These people they themselves emphasize building up others as a part of their growth and their development. They sit back and they feel accomplished when the people in their circle of influence, their teams, when they grow, when those teams grow, then those difference makers also grow. I know we are full of difference makers in this organization because we are leaders in servicing global wide. Would you agree? If you agree, I want to see some yeses in the chat. Now, Helen Keller told us, when we do the best we can, we never know what miracle is wrought in our life or in the life of another. You don't always know what influence you have on others. You don't, right? But you know that when you're driven with a heart of service, you just do because it's the right thing to do. You feel it in your heart. My divine assignment is all about serving others, caring for others, taking care of those in need, right? And that's not different. That's not so different than what my grandma, Mama Mary, told us. She said, you are blessed and you are highly favored, and it is so that you can be a blessing to others. Basically, she said to us, don't forget, don't miss the fact that you are blessed. You turn around and count those blessings and know you're blessed, right? And know that you have an obligation because you are so blessed, and it is to look at some of those who may be suffering or who may be in need and share those blessings with them. Now, I love this particular slide because in our business environment, it helps us to show what happens in an organization when you don't have everybody pumping the pedals in the same way, in the same direction. Look at what happens. At the very front of this group of 10, we got 30%, and that's what the research tells us. Just about 30% of your organization, your club, is engaged. They're pedaling like crazy. They are thinking about what fundraisers, what activities, what service activities. How do we increase the membership? They're thinking, how do we grow our club? How do we grow our global organization? And then you've got right behind them, the disengaged. Now, why are they disengaged? I'd have to take a whole nother workshop this afternoon or sometime tomorrow to just talk about that. How do our members get disengaged? But it's all right there on the LCI membership. You can research that for yourself. That's what we want to attend to and be careful of. Because sometimes, for example, that sounds like, I don't feel like my input is valued. I don't feel like folks care about what I have to say. I don't fit the clique, or I don't fit the little group that says this is our organization and the rest of you all are guests here. Whatever it is, you need to figure out what it is and see if you can get those folks to stop coasting and become a part of that first group, get engaged. But let me tell you, be careful for that group on the end. They are actively disengaged. Not only are they just coasting, my goodness, they've got the parachute back there causing resistance. right? We certainly want to figure out what's going on there. Can't ignore it. Don't ignore it. Be brave enough to step toward it. Have a conversation. Hit Starbucks, sit down and talk about, what is it that we can do to get you more involved? What would you like to do as a part of this organization? Where would you like to see the organization go? Talk to me. Tell me more, because we want you here and we want you engaged for a very long time. If you agree with that, you give me some yeses in the chat. Now, the number one leadership secret we have learned about building and strengthening our leadership and our teams is engagement. Making sure you have folks engaged and involved. Engagement starts, we learn, with understanding what people want and the connection they want, the connection between the personal life and the professional life. Don't you understand that when folks step across the threshold into lionism, they come with some goals. They didn't just fall into your meeting, right? They somehow see that who you are as Lions, as an organization, that what you're doing feels like it may match with what I'm trying to accomplish or the things that I'm trying to learn about myself. And we say, as leaders, we say, come on in. We got what you need, because we're going to spend some time with you trying to figure out what is it that you want, what in your life, what is it that you want to achieve? What do you think that you're supposed to be doing? And then, so we can then talk about or kind of match that up with the organizational goals and purposes to make sure that our vision is shared. Let me tell you, the answer to engagement is always a leader that cares. Mr. Ziegler used to tell us all the time, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care about them. You don't assume they know that we care. You got to show it. You got to make the step up and the step out to say, come on in. What you're looking for, we can provide for you. If you're wanting to learn how to be more of an effective leader, you want to learn to be a secretary, we got training. We got officers training, If you want to learn more about this whole idea of caring for others and being service for others, we can do that with you. We can help, because I want you to come and sit and listen in a meeting and see how we support each other, see how we grow each other, because that's the environment you want to be in. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Lions, that's what you want people sitting in your room. You want to recruit them, letting them sit in the room with you so they see you having fun. They see you working hard together and playing hard together, right? So the performance formula, Mr. Zig told us, far too many people have no idea what they can do. Why? Because they have been told so many times what they cannot do. That is the mindset for us as Lions we have to change. We have to figure out ways to say to people, I think you're really good at that. What you did with that project was awesome. And let me tell you why it was awesome. Here's some suggestions of some things I think you could do next time. But be positive, be assuring, praise, that causes nothing. Give feedback, give opportunities for growth in a nurturing environment. Now, one way to do that, one way to think about that is your people build it. Remember, the people build your organization, right? So do you have a business development plan? What do we want to look like as a club in 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, right? And then do you have a people development plan? Are you sitting back looking at all the members in your club and thinking, what is the plan? I need to sit down with that person and see what that person wants to accomplish, and how, being in the context, in the environment of Lionism, can we as leaders help that person accomplish what they're trying to accomplish? What's the plan? And do the plan for the organization match up with the plans for the individuals, right? That's my bonus. I'll give you that later. Now, we said the question is, who is one awesome and powerful leader? Let me tell you something, my fellow Lions. The answer is easy. It's you. It's you, it's you, it's you. If you agree with me, let me see some yeses in that chat, please. And I'm going to give you my gift for today. It is this poem that I wrote a while back, but every time I do a presentation, I feel like I have to say it again. So here it is. The power of one lion. You are one lion with so much awesome and wonderful power. One lion's smile begins a friendship. One lion's touch can lift a soul. One lion's words of encouragement can inspire service. One lion's words can declare an important goal. One lion's song can spark a heartfelt moment. One lion's passion can ignite a room. One lion's ideas can begin an awesome project. One lion's laughter will conquer gloom. One lion's giggle will start the fun. One lion's blessed word will begin each prayer. One lion can bring joy and hope for tomorrow. One touch can show a lion cares. One seasoned lion's voice can speak with so much wisdom. That same voice will lead the chant, we serve. Oh, let me get back. Got anxious. I must have a little gremlin lion in there trying to move me on. One lion can be the light in the midst of any darkness. And yes, that light will serve the world. One lion's servant heart must and will always ask my fellow lions, what can I do? What else can I do? One lion can make the difference. And today, my fellow lions, that difference starts with you. It starts with you. Today, you are the power of one great, awesome, and powerful lion. Today, you are the power of one great, awesome, and powerful leader. I thank you so much for allowing me to share these moments with you this afternoon. I hope you understand and you get it and you embrace. You are awesome. You are one great, awesome, and powerful leader. I ask that God will bless you, bless your club, bless our organization, and God bless America. Thank you. Brian, I am done.
Wow.
I was gonna say, did I
Such
do the whole
power, such
presentation on mute?
you no, you did it great, and it really came across, Dr. TJ. I remember listening to you when you first presented it back here in our multiple district, when you were
Yes.
going through the Faculty Development Institute and doing that presentation, and it was inspiring then, just as inspiring as it is today. So thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank
Let's
you.
Lion Ken, is there time?
see
We
if
have
we've
one
got any. And
hand up.
there's your picture. You finally came on. Wonderful.
Yeah, but where's the hat? I don't see the hat.
All right.
I got that Cowboys cap just for you, Brian. I do.
There's one hand up, Lion Ken. Do we have time for a question?
Yes, we
Ken?
do. Go ahead.
Okay, Lion Allen Lundgren, your
Yes.
hand is up. I am going to unmute you. You're unmuted, Lion Allen. There you go.
TJ, your enthusiasm is infectious.
Oh, thank you.
It is wonderful. I couldn't think of a better seminar to close this weekend. You are dynamite.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for blessing me with that. That'll encourage me to keep rolling.
Yeah,
Even though
comment.
she lives
I
in,
have a
even
question that
though
I'd
she
like to
lives
share with
in
you.
Texas, she's part of Arizona.
You'll forgive me for that. Barbara told me I was an honorary member of Arizona, so I accept and embrace that. I want you to know.
There you go.
I heard another question.
I do have one question for you. We have a new international cyber club in our district, in our multiple district, in fact, and it has a challenge of being with membership that's in 18 different time zones around the world. Their common service is helping medical professionals battle this COVID-19 pandemic. And their common connection is that they're all medical professionals. That is, medics helping medics. This club president is challenged by the logistics of 18 time zones. The club's solidarity to have members engaged is often challenged by time, distance, and availability. Cyber clubs are a new dimension for Lions. Do you have any suggestions on how these members can make a connection to the power of one awesome lion as both individual lions and as members of a global cyber club?
That's a great question. And what comes to mind almost immediately is I guess the era we're in now, which is Zoom, GoToMeeting, or whatever, all technical, right? I see that as an opportunity to stretch
Yes.
across the globe, because you can, on purpose, develop an organization where we can connect just like we've connected today. You know, on the I'm technically not inclined, so I'm sure I'm going to use the wrong words. But you know, when we use Zoom or when we use webinar, we can connect all over the place from everywhere, right? And in some instances, we could get as many as 1,000 people on the, you know, not on the screen, but at least involved in the meeting. Like I think today, Brian told me we had 251, right? How awesome is that to pull? And you can do that. I'm in another organization where we pull from Australia and from everywhere else. When we say we're having a meeting, the leaders try to set that meeting where it may be a little late for some, but it's not too early for others. So, but the group has to figure out what that sort of commonality or the time that's convenient or can be convenient for us all. I would say it's just the work of the leaders to be determined and then make it happen. Don't you think?
Absolutely. Good advice. Any other questions?
Hey, please raise your
Well, one
hands.
of these days, I wish that there were a way. Oh, do we have more hands?
I was saying, please raise your hands. Ken, you're lagging very badly. Please raise your hands if you have a question or submit them to
I hope I
Bard.
saw a lot of yeses in that chat.
There were a few, TJ. You know there always are. Everybody wants you to come back. They're going, oh my God, they're just so overwhelmed.
So TJ
God,
was
I
talking
love
about.
you people in Arizona. Can I just
I
say?
said, of course she is. We were classmates at FDI.
That's right. That's exactly right. And Marcy.
Yes.
TJ was talking about the power of one line. Well, this is your chance, audience, to do the power of one question. Your question is the important one. So let's ask your question.
Ooh, Brian. Good job.
Brian. That young man's listening,
Nice
I think. He's trying to be a powerful leader.
Yes.
I just listen
And
real
he
good.
is for sure.
Yes, you do. Come on, people. Put your leader hat on. Be the leader.
All of my powerful leaders out there.
Okay.
Power
I got
leaders.
2 questions here. I got Chris Gibbs first, followed by Annie Hamuz. So Lion Chris, you are unmuted. Please unmute yourself. And Annie, if you'll unmute yourself, I can unmute you in just a minute. Lion Chris, go ahead.
Hey, TJ, I don't know if you remember me. I'm the tall, good-looking one, hanging out with Barb when we can. I just want to tell you, I really enjoy your presentations. As Lion Ken said, they're full of energy, and that's what draws people into what we do, is the energy.
Yes,
so
that's exactly right.
I really appreciate that, and thank you for coming down and sharing with us.
No, thank you for inviting me. It's truly such an honor. I really appreciate it. I enjoy it. I don't know if you can tell, but
Lion Annie
I
from
love
Lake
hanging out.
Havasu. You're next, Lion Annie. I've unmuted you. It's your turn to unmute yourself. Lion Annie, you're unmuted.
Thank you very much.
Hey.
Dr. Johnson, it's wonderful to see you. And I know of you. We have not met, but I know of you. And I'm here with one of our lifetime Lions, Louise Hagan from our Lake Havasu City, Arizona area. And you were talking and kind of doing the cyber thing, and we're listening to all this good stuff, some of which we've heard, some of which is new, and you know, looking forward to getting further into the new age. But my question is, regarding cyber, how is there an area that I can go locate the cyber clubs, like just the cyber clubs for Lions? Is there somewhere, or I'm thinking maybe Montreal would be good since we're going to be going there. Maybe I could meet some of my buddies when I get up there next year for internationals. So
I think that's a question for Barb or
okay.
Tom.
Hey, Annie,
Yes, dear.
Get a hold of Richard Stevenson. He is so into cyber clubs and knows everything you need to know for contact.
Okay, I just wanted a place to start looking because I just got that idea from what you were speaking of, Dr. Johnson. So that you gave me that idea do something a little further for that. Thank you.
And that's powerful leadership right there. Did you see what she did? She got an idea and her wheels started turning immediately. Let's see how we can make that work. That's what powerful leaders do.
Oh,
So congratulations, Ms. Ann.
Yes, good job.
Outstanding.
I got another hand up.
Miss
Lion
Arizona,
Chuck
go ahead.
Matthews has raised his hand.
We'll
So Lion Chuck, I'm going to
take one
unmute
more
you.
question.
Lion Chuck, you're unmuted.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Johnson. Sterling report. I really enjoyed that. One awesome
Good,
one.
thank you.
In my travels around our district and visiting different clubs, I have identified a couple of awesome Lions. They are slightly reluctant to step up to membership. How can I bring them forward? Do you have
You said they're in your club? They're in your club?
Yes.
What I would do if I were in your situation, the situation you just described, I would take them for coffee or something where we could sit down, not in a meeting because too much is going on around the meeting. But I would, get an opportunity to either get on the phone or get on Zoom or something, where you can at least see each other. But I would really spend some time with that person, just talking about what it is that they want to accomplish or what they know or have seen about Lions that attracts them. You know what I mean? But get inside their head and their heart, because you can almost guarantee them that whatever it is they're trying to do, they're trying to reach for, because a lot of us, we're looking for something that tells us what is our purpose in life. You can find that right here in Lions somewhere if you fall in the right hands. And see, you sound like you're the right hands for those folks. But you sit down with them, give them a chance to just talk to you. Let them do the talking, not so much you. Because once they've talked, they've told you a lot about what they're trying to accomplish, what they want to happen in their life. And then you will have all the answers because you know Lionism. And your response will be a resounding and enthusiastic, we got just what you need right here in Lionism. Because here's one thing I want you to understand. When I step across that Lionism threshold, remember, I want to be about service, but there are lots of organizations out there that do something similar to what we do. What we want to be is the powerful, awesome, great leaders that when folks are thinking about where do I want to go and serve, where else would you want to go but Lionism? Do you see what I'm saying? So the leaders who care, remember, connect and understand, they listen. So listen first and then help that person make a plan, because if she's looking for training, oh my God, how much training do we have in LCI, right? You could get trained to be whatever kind of leader you want to be at LCI. But that's where you step in as the powerful and awesome leader that you are. Does that help?
I think that was a great answer. And the Lion Ken, we have a question from Rosemary Gabriel, but I think we're out of time. So Lion Rosemary, if you will put the question in your question box, and it'll go to Barb, and then she will forward it to TJ, who can respond to you personally via email or what have you, because we already have your
And
contact.
I will do it. That's Hi, Rosemary. Sorry, Tom.
Again, thank you very much, Dr. TJ. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you all. Look forward to the next opportunity.
All right. Let's go ahead and go to our, thank you. We'll go to our next presenter. Arizona is blessed with good leaders, whether from Sierra Vista and Tucson, Overgard and Payson, Mesa, Phoenix, Peoria, and Kingman. This attorney and trial lawyer is a past district governor who balances his current role in Lyons as the multiple district global leadership team chair with both professional, community, and family responsibilities. He serves as a subject matter expert for club presidents and directors within Lyons and serves his community by supporting multiple nonprofit organizations and the local Chamber of Commerce. Speaking on opportunities to excel, it is my pleasure to introduce past District Governor Tom Price. Tom, you coming on?
Yes, I am. I'm just
there he is.
trying to get my PowerPoint up.
I can see your program, but you need to start the actual slideshow.
I will do so.
Start the slideshow. There we go. That's it.
Okay. Thank you for that very nice introduction, PDG Ken. I kind of feel a little intimidated by Lion TJ's presentation, but I'll do my very best to follow her. I feel as though I'm kind of the cleanup hitter. What I'm going to summarize is, how do you put some of these ideas to work? How will you, as a individual lion, improve both your personal life and as a lion? Our objectives is, why do you want to excel? Where can you excel? And how are you going to excel? The handout that was presented to you at the time today with this conference was the portion that's related to this session, was prepared by Lion Lori Gintz, 21 South Global Leadership Team Coordinator. Came across this quote, which I don't know how many baby boomers we have in the group, but I have a feeling that a majority of us probably fall in that category. It says, why do you want to excel? People who excel in life are said to be emotionally intelligent. This means you have greater self-control, compassion, and awareness of other people's feelings in relation to your own. By Amy Sherman, licensed mental health counselor, author of Distress-Free Aging, a boomer's guide to creating a fulfilled and purposeful life. When I saw that quote, I thought that described very quickly what Lions is all about. Now, where do you want to excel? It's we're going to get into this, but communication skills. Those of us who are married, we can always communicate better with our spouses. Conflict resolution. We won't get into that with spouses, but in our personal lives, it's good to have that ability to deal with conflict and deal with it in a way that's positive and maintains the relationship. Decision making, effective listening. I know my wife says I have selective listening, not effective listening, which means I don't always listen to what she's saying. But goal setting, public speaking, time management, and we'll get into those in a moment here. How can you excel? Through the Lions Learning Opportunities. You have Lions Learning Center, which is now called Learn, Lions University, Lions Mentoring Program. Much of what I'm going to be talking about has been talked about with the other presenters, but this is a little bit in more detail. I'm looking forward to the future, which is a good thing because it's coming. James W. Lowen, kind of a very commonsensical statement, but not just when you think about it, it's not too complicated. Okay, the Lions Learning Center. We have to, in order to access the Lions Learning Center, you do have to log on to your membership as a member. If you have trouble doing that, contact Lion Lori Gintz. She is the subject matter expert for my Lion and my LCI. You'll be shocked at how many courses are available. These courses are taught by the very best in our Lions organization. What Second Vice District Governor Daniel Elkins said about public speaking is so true. We are petrified to do any public speaking. We actually have some very good candidates as future district governors, as Daniel said, FDGs, but they are unwilling to overcome this phobia. Therefore, they will never be a district governor. It actually has a name, this phobia, glossophobia. I probably mispronounced that, but you know, the tail twister will find me later on this one. It is so severe, it can cause panic attacks and cause you to go to the emergency room. Believe it or not, LCI has a public speaking course. Having trouble managing your meetings? A course on Robert's Rules of Order is there to help. I cannot overemphasize the need for you to go and review the courses that are available. I'm sure you'll find something that will tantalize your interest and make you a better lion. Additionally, as a current officer, you should have gone through online training learning path. If you've not done so, please try to make it a goal that next week you'll do so. It will make your job so much easier. Also, if you're thinking about For some reason, my slides are advancing. Hold on. We got some technical deficiencies here. Okay. The online training, you'll see the learning paths for each of the officers, president, secretary, treasurer, council chairperson, and first vice district governor and district governor elects. Those of you who currently have these positions, if you've not gone through the online training, like I said, I'd encourage you to make a goal that this week you go through that training. Those of you who are thinking about being a secretary or president or treasurer, I would encourage you to go through the online training. You can get a real good handle on what it all encompasses and decide with some good background as to whether you do want that sort of job. The next thing with Lions Learning Center is we have institute training. The Emerging Lions Leadership Institute, the Advanced Lions Leadership Institute, Faculty Development Institute, Lions Certified Instructor Program. The Emerging Lions Institute and the Regional Lions Leadership Institute are both Lions Club's international programs that are only offered through district and multiple district. Here in Arizona, we're in the process of planning our very first Emerging Lions Leadership Institute, tentatively set for September 23 through the 25th. It'll be possible for, it will be a blended institute with the attendees meeting in the small regional teams and the presenters appearing virtually. These presenters will be the very best in the entire Lions organization. You'll hear more about this in the future. The Faculty Development Institute is currently set for February 20 through 22 in Los Angeles, California. Here in Arizona, we have a number of applicants for this institute. We're trying to get as many applicants accepted as we can. Some of the Arizona instructors are graduates of the Faculty Development Institute. Next, Lions University. And for those who don't realize it, the Lions University is a dedicated separate website from lionsclubs.org. The Lions University, the next one, if they will have it in person, is in Des Moines, Iowa, September 9th through 11th this coming year. They offer 3 different programs. The bachelor's program is intended to develop the skills necessary to lead a Lions Club. Courses are directed to the skills needed to be a great club leader. The requirements to fulfill the bachelor's program are attend a USA Canada Lions Leadership Forum, complete 10 required courses, complete 5 elective courses. The master program is intended to develop the skills for Lions to support clubs as district leaders. This program is aimed at district level leaders such as district governors, vice district governors, zone chairs, district committee chairs, certified guiding lines, and other leaders that are ready to foster quality clubs in their district. The requirements to fulfill the master's program are complete the bachelor's program, attend a second USA Canada Lions Leadership Forum, attend a leadership institute such as a regional, LCI Emerging, or advanced, or district governor-elect school, and complete 10 required courses. Then the final program is a doctorate program. And the doctorate program is intended to focus on the skills needed to be a training facilitator for adult volunteers. In effect, Lions completing the doctorate program are prepared to be great trainers of other Lions. The requirements to fill the doctorate program are complete the master's program, attend a third USA Canada Lions Leadership Forum, complete at least one of the following: Faculty Development Institute, Lions Certified Instructor Program, or serve as faculty member at an LCI Leadership Institute, complete 1 required course, 9 elective courses, and complete what they call a doctorate project that requires the submission of a training video that passes peer review. The Lions Mentoring Program has been talked about by several of the speakers today and emphasized very heavily. It is a program that when you get involved with it, it's almost just a natural fit. It's one way to retain our membership, because without that needed mentoring, you sometimes lose your new members as to the emphasis of what a Lion is. The Lions mentoring program is split between two programs. The Lions basic mentoring program. The goal is to gain responsibility and to build relationships. The new Lion is provided the opportunity to learn about the responsibilities of being a Lion from an experienced mentor. With their mentor, they will set goals, plan activities, and mark their progress as they learn to be able to better serve their community. The mentor may be the Lion who sponsored their membership or another experienced Lion. It is well known that as Lions, we serve, but it is not always remembered that we can serve our communities by helping our fellow Lions. By doing so, you're assuring that your club continues to have quality members well prepared to take the lead in the meeting, addressing the needs of your community. The program is a personal program of personal development that helps members realize the potential that their unique skills and knowledge offer. The mentoring program prepares them for leadership in clubs, in association, and in their personal lives as well. For Lions Clubs International, this means more hands and better service for the people who need it most. And Lion TJ emphasized that in her presentation, that each of our new members have unique skills that you need to capitalize on those skills, and in that way you'll be able to better serve your community, and also you'll have a stronger club as those members feel the fulfillment of doing things that are fairly easy for them, which might be more difficult for other members. Level 1 covers the responsibility of being a Lion, that is of the Lions mentoring program, the basic program. The orientation is to make the new Lion member aware of the history of the club, of the district, multiple district, and Lions Clubs International. The second level for the basic mentoring program emphasizes relationships. That's where the mentee gets involved in either a service program within your club or a fundraising part of the club. They are invited to, they're supposed to be invited to go to a different club, see how a different club operates. They should attend a zone, region, district, multiple district meeting or international convention and report back to the club. The Lions Advanced Mentoring Program involves the mentee actively serving in Lions leadership roles. Mentees focus on achieving results and develop more Lion leaders. The Advanced Mentoring Program should be completed by all Lions who hope to serve as leaders at the district level or above. The Advanced Mentoring Program develops leadership and managerial skills. The mentee will have an excellent understanding of what, how, and why to successfully conduct a service activity. This training provides a stepping stone for accepting leadership role within the club. As Lion Brian has indicated, this conference is going to be available through a link from Arizona Lions over to YouTube, and he'll be moving these other trainings. He mentioned he has to do all that in the next few days. And again, as a club officer, there is no excuse for you not to be well trained. What has happened in the past is club officers have required some sort of prompting to get involved with the training. We're hoping that more and more people will become realized that that training is available online. We'll still have the kind of the person-to-person training. We'll have that in this coming springtime. But what is currently available, and these are recorded webinars done by our very best Arizona Lions, the region and zone chair, presidents, vice president, directors, secretary, treasurer, tail twister, and then club and member training, club succession planning, MD21 My Lion reporting. Beyond the inbox, effectively using email, and in the power of one awesome lion, which you just heard. These presentations are webinars that are available to all of us to be able to view at your pleasure, and that makes it very easy and no time constraints on it. Leadership is unlocking people's potential to become better. Bill Bradley. Some of you are going to be leaving us because the next part is devoted to our election results. I would encourage you, please complete the survey, the exit survey. Let us know what we did right and what we did wrong. Thank you much.
Okay, the witness has spoken. Would anybody care to cross-examine?
Thank you, Lion Brian.
Any questions?
Oh, no questions yet. That was a good one, Brian.
Thank you. He gave you a lot of great information, and there's a lot of great opportunities, and this is a great time to ask questions. And I'm watching for hands to go up, and as always, Lion Barbara's on there doing the written questions.
Right.
This is the time to find out about all those opportunities. You know, there'll be a chance to go to Ellie maybe next year here locally. You want to find out about that, you should ask some questions. As one who has attended both Ellie and Allie, I invite you to ask it. The more you ask, the better. They're great experiences. And we're seeing no questions here.
My suggestion, Lion Barbara, is let's proceed to the next part unless there's a reason to delay that.
Well, Tom did such a fabulous job. Everybody's still thinking about, oh, Annie had her hand up, now it went down.
I
See
didn't even
what
see it.
Annie has a question on.
Okay.
I got to find her. Her hand's not up. Oh, there, it's up again. Annie, you're unmuted.
I'm sorry about that. Hi, Tom, Lion Tom. I have a
Hello,
question.
Lion.
You talked about the Ellie. You talked about the Ellie. What about the Allie? Like,
Well,
I know that's done a little bit differently now, so I hadn't really, was just asking about that. Thanks a lot. Bye.
bye. Okay. For those here in Arizona and possibly even in Nevada, where we'll invite you all to come join us. This year we decided to do Emerging Lions Leadership Institute, and possibly in a year or so we'll take on the Advanced Leadership Lions Institute. But those are both. Yes.
Tom, Allie is done at the international level. LCI still does Allie. They're just, they turned over Ellie and regional lions to the districts and multiple districts. Allie is still, for now, done at the international level.
I stand corrected. Sorry, got my abbreviations mixed up.
We have another question. Lion Alan Lundgren, I've unmuted you. Your hand is up.
I just want to wish Lion Sheila a happy birthday.
Still my thunder, Alan.
Any other question regarding leadership opportunities? I don't see anybody.
Okay. Thanks again. The team, Brian, Lori, Ken, Barbara, you guys did a wonderful job.
We must say that you did a wonderful, wonderful job considering you put major surgery in the middle of this. So we appreciate the efforts, even though we were trying to keep you a little bit less active, but you did a great job. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Hello, fellow Lions. We're coming up to our final segment of our leadership conference, and I have been asked to introduce our council chairperson, Lion Barbara Daly, because she's going to be spearheading the voting results session. Council chairperson Barbara has been a Lion since 2001 and is a progressive Melvin Jones Fellow. She's a member of the Tucson Sammy Joe Service Branch, whose parent club is the Globe Lions Club. She's held most club positions and has served in many positions at both the district and multiple district level. She's always very active in Lions projects and also is very active with mentoring our Lions. She's an invaluable asset to our districts, our multiple district, and to Lions Clubs International. Lion Barbara retired in 2013 after working for 43 years in engineering support management positions on a missile program. After retiring, she traded her full-time job for another full-time job in Lionism, and she's doing a remarkably excellent job at it. Lion Barbara and Lion Don, her husband, have been married for 41 years, and they share their home with a ragdoll cat and a very, very spoiled Havanese pup. With that, I would like to turn the reins over to Council Chairperson Barbara Daly.
Thank you so much, Lori. I appreciate that. We've had a great day today. Pulling this together was an amazing effort. And you think, well, it's virtual, no big deal. You won't believe what happens behind the scenes. Something's always going on, and we're trying to make sure everybody's okay and that they can hear, that they can see. There's so much going on. I appreciate all the effort. It was just amazing. You know, this doesn't just happen overnight. We usually start in the spring and early summer pulling all this together to bring you the best talent that we can. And now, since we're basically at home, it's great. We can call anyone we know and say, hey, can you help us? And they're all willing to do so. So we appreciate everybody's efforts. I'm here to introduce the people that will give you your voting results. This was another great effort. I mean, imagine electronic voting, and it went so smoothly. It's like, wow, who would have thought that in 2020? Because of 2020, not because of the voting. But anyway, Alan, I love you to death, but you stole my thunder. I wanted to say, can we all sing happy birthday, or at least clap and say happy birthday to Cabinet Secretary Sheila from 21 South. She will be doing the first results from 21 South. Lion Sheila, happy birthday. Come on in. I think you need to turn your camera on. There you go. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Alan, even if you did steal her thunder. So this has been a fantastic day, and so many great presenters. But right now, on behalf of the 21 South Nominations and Election Committee, I'm going to share the results of our election. I wish to give a special thanks to Priscilla White, who served as our chair, and GLT, Lori Gens, and Lion Brian for all of their work and support. We have been online with each other until late at night, making sure all of this went as smoothly as possible. So we had 44 clubs that were eligible to vote in the election. And of these clubs, we had 32 that actually submitted their delegate names. We had a total of 79 delegates that were registered to vote. And of those delegates, 66 actually voted. That gave 21 South an 83% participation rate. As you know, we conducted our election online using Election Runner. While we did have a few minor issues, they were all quickly resolved and all votes were conclusive. I have to say, as one of the individuals in past years, having recounted all of the paper ballots, I absolutely adore doing this online. This afternoon, it's my honor to announce the 21 South election results for the fiscal year of 2021-2022. I'm going to start with our district projects. We had 2 projects that had positions up for a vote. First, the Arizona Lions Eyeglass Recycling Terminal, or otherwise known as ALERT, had 2 candidates, Lion Pat Brolis and of the Tucson Breakfast Branch Club, and Lion Sherry Pung of the Mesa Fountain of the Suns Lions Club. Both candidates were elected by majority vote. Our other project was C. Kirby Smith International Youth Exchange, and they too had 2 candidates, Lion Elizabeth Virant from Catalina Oro Valley and Tony Lucas, I'm sorry if I'm saying this incorrectly, from the Tucson Breakfast Club. Both of these candidates were also elected by majority vote. We had 2 spaces on the C. Kirby Smith ballot for writing candidates. However, we had no names submitted, so therefore no further action will be taken at this time. Please join me in congratulating these Lions for their new positions. As we did not have any candidates for the office of first and second vice district governor, we are taking appropriate steps to ensure that these vacancies will be filled in accordance with District 21 South and Lions Club International Constitution and bylaws. Now, drum roll, please. The candidate for the office of District Governor for 21 South was our current first district governor, Richard Hopkins from the Buckeye Lions Club. This candidate was elected by majority vote, so please join me in congratulating Richard Hopkins as our new 2021-2022 district governor-elect. Congratulations, Richard. Barb, back to you.
Thank you, Sheila. I just wanted to say that it takes a lot of effort to do this with the background. It's amazing we have such dedicated people to pull this through. We did the voting for the district governors earlier than we normally do. We normally wait until the district conventions. But as we found out last year, it was a lot nicer for our district governors to participate as district governor-elects instead of still being first vice district governor. So that's why a change has been made so that they have a little more buy-in, and then they can start shadowing the current district governor more than just being a first vice district governor. So just a little background there. Thank you so much, Sheila.
Thank you.
Next up, thank you. That was 21 South. Next up, we have Lion Eddie Richardson, who will present the results from 21 North. Lion Eddie?
Lion Eddie, I've unmuted you, but you've got to unmute yourself as well. Lion Eddie, I have unmuted you, but you also need to unmute yourself.
Can you raise your hand? Are you there, Lion Eddie? I see you on the list, but we don't know if you're having trouble with your microphone.
Lion Eddie, you remain muted. I've unmuted you. You've got to unmute yourself.
Looks like something might be happening there. Lion Eddie, are you there?
Lion Eddie, you are self-muted. I cannot unmute you. I've unmuted you from my side, but you remain muted. Whoop, I got a text here. She's having trouble.
Oh, okay. Brian, who can we have announce the voting results for the North?
I have a copy of them, but I sent them to Cynthia and to Eddie because she was the chair and Eddie was the backup.
Right, Cynthia is not on here today. Can Eddie call in on the phone,
I
maybe?
think she is on her phone. I think she is on her phone. Well, wait a minute.
Yep, there
Still
goes
not
something.
working, she says.
Can she call you, Brian, and she can read the results with a microphone?
I don't know how it'll sound. We can try, but it'll be pretty crappy. We can try. Or she can leave and come back in again.
Eddie, try leaving and coming back in. We'll wait
And
for
as
you
I
for a bit.
said, I've also got the results as well.
Ask her if she wants you to read them for her.
Eddie, do you want me to read the results? I'll let her text me back.
Okay.
I'm waiting for her to respond.
There she goes.
She says, go ahead.
Okay.
Let me find the results here.
Sorry for the connection problems here, but we can resolve it.
I don't have the exact breakdown of clubs in front of me, but North had a total of 68 people voted for North.
Okay.
I can tell you that, first of all, there were a total of, let me pull it up here. Bingo, here we go. There was a total of 81 delegates registered. So we had about 80% voting. Starting with second Vice District Governor Farhana Ahmed. The competition was very fierce, but she won conclusively with about, I think, 97% of the vote. Then we have for first Vice District, congratulations, Farhana. Then we have first Vice District Governor, or second Vice, running for first, Ethel Lazario Smith, who won with about 98% of the vote. And then for District Governor, I have another message here from Eddie. Oh, nothing else. Not from Eddie. And then for District Governor, Joyce Mayer ran a hotly contested race. And she is also the only candidate in both districts who received 100% of the vote. Congratulations, District Governor-elect Lion Joyce.
Great.
Those are all of the results. It was a successful election. Just some trivia. I did have 2 fraud flags go up. That's because a husband and wife voted from the same machine and it's fingerprinted. They had 2 separate logins, but on the same machine. So that could be discounted that it was fraud, but that just tells you how secure it is. That it actually checks the device you vote from.
Great.
So special thank you to Sheila and Eddie for their amazing support and troubleshooting. They were just on top of everything, and it was a pleasure to do it.
Thank you, Lion Brian. That concludes the voting for the North and the South. The next voting that will be available will be at the state convention for the state project boards. I would like to have Tom come back if he's still here and wrap up this great conference and say some parting words to everybody before we go, since this was his event. And can we get Tom back? Is he still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Thank you, Tom. Great effort. Your team did an amazing job. Your presenters were just fabulous. And I would like to congratulate you on such a wonderful job for you and your team. Thank you.
You're welcome. It was our pleasure. And if we do it again next year, I'm sure we'll be able to do even a better job. But I do appreciate the team effort. One thing I would encourage all the attendees, it does no good just to sit here and listen. Where you need to do next is take some of the new ideas you have and put them in action. That's the only way this is going to make it worthwhile for all the effort that went into from the presenters. I want to thank each one of the presenters. I realize some are probably already gone, but they put in a good bit of time also in just giving us this information, and they did an excellent job. So you all have a good rest of your Saturday, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to serve you. Do not forget the exit survey.